video does well, and I hope people share it, and I hope it gets posted in places. And because those interviews I put more effort into than literally anything else I put up on YouTube. Put more man hours into them too. Although, like I said, I've gotten a lot faster. Like this one's probably taken me about 20-ish hours so far, and will probably take a few more by the time I'm done, including rewatching it and moderating it. But actually editing the video has gone quite a bit faster than previous ones that I've done. Lumpy is tantruming. Not anymore. That was a short tantrum. I've got a few pretty consistently tantruming dwarves, and we're still trying to weed them all out without just expelling them, because I don't want to do that if I can avoid it, so. You want to know what my favorite location is in Russia? And I've talked about this before. This thing. That's my favorite location in Russia. It's just this abnormally deep pit. And also my favorite description of how anything was ever done ever. It's like, well, how did you mine a pit that deep in, like, basically the Arctic? Jet engines and dynamite. That's how. Jet fuel and dynamite. It's the most just fuck nature thing that humanity's ever done. And I kind of love it. Lump does suck at tantruming because Lump has no legs. Well, no legs that work. Lump's spine was severed. So Lump has 2 crutches. So Lump tantrums and just goes splat flat on face and then stands back up and keeps tantruming. It just kind of trips a lot, which is kind of amusing. But yeah, no, it's that hunting, or suspected hunting, I guess, it has been brutal on the dwarves. So we're gonna go to the Dwarven Hillocks of Veiled Clasp, and we are going to get us some more dwarves, I think. You're a crafts dwarf, and a pretty damn good one. You're a crafts dwarf. You know, I wonder if they die of old age if they're in... if they get expelled to a Helix. Because Brander Buddy's dwarf has been here for a very long time. I'm wondering if, like, I bring him back. Like, Pete's also been here for, like, abnormally long. Yeah, it's kind of great, isn't it? I don't know. I learned about that mine like 10 years ago, and like every now and again I'll just fall down that rabbit hole again and reread about it because it's so fascinating. Also, it's like the closest thing to human Factorio that we've ever done. You know? It's like that sounds like something you would do in Factorio. It's like, well, I'm mining in the frozen biome now. It's like, all right, well, how are you doing that? It's like, well, jet engines, rocket fuel. It sounds like something from a video game. It doesn't seem like real life. Zon is married to Zaz. All right, that should be enough. Oh, do I not have a messenger right now? No, I don't. Huh. You know, I should also have a head scholar, which I'm going to set to Taurus. No, Patchwork, you can go be our messenger. Patchwork's going to go do the job. Yeah, because Peter lost that job when Peter got elected mayor. Norfolk Broads? What's that? But yeah, no, that mine is like oddly fascinating to me. It is so oddly fascinating. Like I was talking about a couple of weeks ago, human lore. It's kind of like learning human lore. Let's make silver gems. Maybe that'll do her. What's an infinity model? UAE forbids import. The import for the stories because the imaginary humanist-centered Islam faction in that game is something heretical. What's infinity models? But I guess another reason to add on the list why the UAE is scary and terrifying. Tabletop war game. Okay, so like a Warhammer type thing. I'm just gonna look that up real quick. Because when you said infinity models, my immediate my brain went to like Marvel, and I was thinking like, Marvel, really? You know, I type in infinity models and I get cars. Game. Oh, I found it. Okay, yeah, I think I've actually seen these before. Much cheaper than Warhammer. That's all I have to say to that. Is much cheaper than Warhammer. Huh. So do you have to buy them online or something, or can you just like not get them? Also, if you do somehow get them and acquire them and get to play the game, then you can sit there and smile and go, I'm a heretic. Feels good to be a heretic. I mean, Stone's also not in the U.S. Frog for Hire. Online can. So what happens if they do look too deep into it? Can you be put into prison for doing that? Because like, you know, I live in a country where I can legally buy satanic material, and people like won't even blink. Right? Like that's just kind of crazy to me that something could be considered heretical. Like what would happen if you tried? Like I'm just curious now. Like, as I'm assuming that would also extend to like music and such, right? I mean, these are toys, sure, but like, when you're talking like religious heresy, a toy is a pretty serious thing, right? I don't know. Imagine like being able to unironically state that I bought a toy on the internet and the government took it away from me. Like imagine being able to unironically state that. That's terrifying. What, for buying satanic material, Frog for Hire, or something else? Because I probably should lose my head for buying satanic material. Well, I mean, Warhammer for all of its Warhammer. Okay, I think in order to like think of Warhammer as heretical, you need to be very dense. But then again, I guess I could also probably say that about Infinity, which I've never heard of until about 10 seconds ago. There we go. We're making large silver gems. Excellent. But yeah, no, it is kind of wild that. Okay, so you are on that mission. Have you left yet, Patchwork? No, you're storing an item in a stockpile. Now you're gonna go do it. I was like, why has this not been done yet? I mean, I am, like, very well aware that I am indeed a heretic. So, off with my head. I'm waiting. I could go get my Visceral Discord LP and then, like, read the lyrics from the back. That would actually probably get me banned from Twitch. I don't know. I don't think it would get my head removed, but I'm pretty sure if I read the lyrics from some of those songs, it would get me banned from Twitch. They write songs about, like, necrophilia and such. So, yeah, that would go well. Dwarf, why are you doing this? You're supposed to go off to Veiled Clasp and demand merchants. That's a good response, Diamond. Alright, we're also going to take you off of farming. The dwarf is too easily distracted. I don't know. I've seen Visceral Discord live twice, and they're just a bunch of dudes. They're a bunch of good dudes. Perfectly normal guys with maybe slightly above average numbers of tattoos, but just really like loud music. And they write songs that make you blink and go, what? And that's about it. Yeah, that's the website that I landed on, Spitalier. So, now that I'm thinking about it, how do you think the UAE would feel about Caves of Cud? Didn't sink. Let's see if I can manually give it to you, Lake Bear. Because I don't believe I can. Well, there goes the Dwarf. Yeah, I can't manually give it to you. You have to sync it. So, I don't know. I could manually add you to the subscribers room, but that's about all I can do. Dwarf has returned. Where did you return from? Ah! That's what I'm talking about. Look at all of these brand new merchants. So if anybody would like a merchant, these ones are old. Socks, your time has come. Just gonna give them basic crafting and hauling. I don't know if Sock Smell is here right now, but just gonna give them all the basic jobs and enough crafts that they don't go nuts. If you can be a scholar. I'm not going to take specific requests because dwarves need jobs based on what their mental state is, but I can give you one. So I won't take specific job requests. If one ends up a scholar, we could name them then. Otherwise, I don't take specific job requests because dwarves need jobs based on their mental state. So I need to find a dwarf that wants to basically research and imagine stuff. Okay, so we are up to 43. We got a few more, which is good. Also, I do have a request from somebody on YouTube to give them a baby, so we do have somebody did call dibs on a baby, so we got to get that done once a baby's born. Yeah, I remember hearing about that, actually, Frog for Hire, when that happened, because I was in that part of the internet, and I'd also just started streaming again after taking, like, a 9-month hiatus or so because of like, being homeless. So, I remember coming back, and, like, one of the first things that was put in my chat was my friend Bryce, who was like, they just executed a witch! And I was like, I'm sorry, what? You what? What exactly are you on about? That's awful. Could count as talismans as witchcraft. I don't have any talismans of witchcraft in my house because I don't have any minifigs. But what I do have in my house that is definitely satanic is I have a metal frog. I also have a couple like pentagrams and such. I also have a. I won't show it to you because it has my name and address on it. But I have a little postcard about this big that says that I am a member of the Satanic Temple. Basically, it just means I've donated money to them. Although you can be a member of the Satanic Temple simply by signing up for their newsletter. If you donate money to them, it just gives you a they give you a little plaque that says that you did. So you know, I'm definitely a bad person. Can't confirm. All right, let's see what those newbies think of the place so far. 149 years old. What do they use the money for? This is just the most recent bullshit that they're up to. There's more information if you actually like go to their website. Actually, let's just I'll just link this. They essentially use their status as a religion to push agendas. Currently, they're doing their best to make as much noise as possible about Texas being a bunch of fucks when it comes to abortion. That's currently what they're up to. But they have a very, very similar. That isn't how a religion works. That is how a religion works in their country, in North America. But essentially, when you're a religion, you get you're allowed to do certain things that you wouldn't be allowed to do if you weren't a religion. So because they're a religion, they can say that something goes against their religious freedoms. They can say that something is persecuting them, which most other religions wouldn't normally be able to say because it doesn't actually go against their religion. But for them, they can be like, it's the same in Canada. It's also the same in the UK and a lot of other Western countries, Jimmy Tibby, where they operate. But they can say things like, oh, you occupying this goes against my religious rights, because religions have more rights than a lot of people and minorities. For example, religions have more rights than, up until recently, a lot of LGBTQ communities have had. And so they've done a lot of activism towards them. On their behalf and stuff like that. They use essentially satanic trolling as a way of pushing agendas. Quite literally, yes, and they do, Joe. Quite literally, yes. I mean, one of the first things that they did was they had an Indiegogo, which I actually gave some money to put a satanic statue next to the statue of Christ on the front lawn of the White House. Because they're just like, this statue being here is persecuting our religion. So in order for us to quit complaining and asking you to take it down, we want this statue of Satan here. That's the sort of stuff that they do. Anyway, I'm very amused by them, and I like what they stand for. Yes, except not stupid. Frozen Leaf. But similar idea, yeah. Because nobody takes the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster seriously, but you see the Satanic Temple, and you look at them and you go, oh God, they're Satanists. It actually makes Christians look, unlike the flying spaghetti monster, which just people laugh at. A year-long break from Twitch? When the new update is coming? Like, they do bi-weekly updates for on the Steam version, or do you mean like the actual Steam version? I have no idea. When it's done? Yo, hell yeah, Squad. Getting there. Are you gonna, like, buy yourself a cake when you finish it? Actually, what game do you have next? Out of curiosity. Spring has arrived. I wonder how many of the merchants are gonna die. At least 2 of them are old enough to die. Yeah, it serves the same purpose. It's not a completely unique idea, obviously, but because they use satanic imagery, they get pointed at a lot more. You need to recomplete Dark Souls? Recomplete? Did you miss an achievement? Why not do something shorter? Something a little more bite-sized, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's done when it's done, Gloryfire. But how you been over the last year? How's the end of 2020 and 2021 been for you? Oh, I get you. I understand. Speaking of, I need to figure out what spooky game or Halloween-ish game I'm gonna play for October. I've been thinking about the Patreon poll, and I've been thinking about chucking Dungeon Keeper 2 in there. That's one of the ones that I've been thinking about putting in there. Has anybody died? I don't think so. Nope, nobody died. Phew. Wonder if any livestock died. I thought you didn't like Enter the Gungeon. I seem to remember you talking a bunch of shit about Enter the Gungeon, or maybe I'm misthinking. They'll probably have a much easier time with it. True that, yeah. Oh, that's a nice easy one. I mean, I read it. I don't see where it's a joke. It just seems more like a funny, what's it called? Poem. Less of a joke. Only 34. That's more than a few. Play on words? It seems more like a poem to me, but I mean, it's fair enough. This is not something that I would necessarily laugh at. Sure, but you've also almost completed Nuclear Throne. You'll try harder next time? I mean, like I said, it's a creative little poem, but it's not something I would laugh at. It's a neat little rhyme. It almost reads like something that like you'd hear in a parody song, you know? Stone V. On your joke opinions on GTA V? Do you want one right now, Stone, or do you want one later? I'm just hoping that one of these years we get another. I actually, the Outer Wilds DLC is out. Maybe I need to play that. I don't fucking know what I want to play. Man. Oh, hey, that game where you play as a flying squirrel is out. Now, see, that's wordplay. That's clever wordplay, Gloryfire. Still not what I would consider funny. I'm not going to laugh at jokes like that, but then again, it's really hard to make me laugh. Well, technically a sugar glider. Sugar glider, which is a type of flying squirrel. There you go. Anyway, I'm just going to assume that you got it, Stone. Okay, so... 154 years old. Stone V. Stone 5 feels pleasure after putting on a truly splendid item, and pleasure after putting on an exceptional item. She is 154, born on the 19th of Granite in the year 163. She is married to Lycott Driven Hills and is a worshiper of the god of disease and death. Also, I hit the wrong button. So you could see YouTube in the background. Her nose bridge is concave and her hair is clean shaven. Her nose is extremely narrow and her ears are somewhat narrow. Her hair is white and her skin is sandy taupe, and her eyes are cobalt. She likes goshenite, and the color flax. Low boots, and when possible prefers to consume pond turtle, rice beer, and pendant amaranth flower, and strawberries. And she absolutely detests leeches. I think the strawberries is a callback to when you like strawberries. Is that dead dwarf walking? Yep. She personally holds the view that commerce is a vile obscenity and values tranquility and a peaceful day. Dreams of mastering a skill, becomes completely helpless in stressful situations, and she is very quick to anger. She feels best when everybody gets along without any strife or contention, and she is sometimes cruel. Speaking of GTA 5, did you know that they are re-releasing that game again on new consoles and everybody's pissed? She likes to brawl, and she is disturbed by this since she values quiet. So at least in the abstract. And she often feels lustful, and she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. And she is assertive, and she does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and she has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. She is often cheerful, and she can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and she becomes very rigid when she's angry. She exhales sharply when she gets angry, and when she's thinking hard, and she has a habit of licking her lips. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She doesn't mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Like probably 10 years off. There was like a leak recently saying that they were starting to prototype it, but it's like, yeah, no, that game's like 10 years off. It's okay, I won't play GTA 6. I won't. No, they've confirmed it will be. Just want to get in and see if I can get another win today. Well, actually, what was announced was that GTA 6 would take place in Vice City, but have some sort of modern day and in the past switching. That's the thing that they stated. But again, like it's years off, and I won't play it anyway, so who cares? I have a question. Why do people still give a shit about Grand Theft Auto? Because, like, how have they not ruined all of their goodwill by turning that thing into one of the most disgusting cash cows in, like, video game history? Like, that thing is genuinely disturbing to me, how disgusting the monetization is on Grand Theft Auto 5 online. Play other games. There are better games. Quite literally, like, there are significantly better games. Rockstar has clout. Well, you can't spell clout without clot. And nobody likes a blood clot because it kills you. The assassins dressed as lawyers and the gangster that was killed on an Oni trial. That's not good. What? Or are you suggesting that Grand Theft Auto goes to India? No, I'm not playing a better game. I'm playing a different kind of game. It's like that's comparing apples and oranges. Like, you really can't compare Dwarf Fortress and Grand Theft Auto because they are completely different products. Fair enough. I mean, I thought they were suggesting that there's good rap out of India, which I would actually agree, because I was listening to Indian rap most of yesterday. I set up my FM AM radio again and got my FM antenna all the way up to the ceiling, and it runs all the way around the outside of my apartment now, so I can catch all my radio stations again. And I was listening to Red FM for a good while, which is the Indian pop music and rap station here, which is very entertaining. Can confirm it's pretty goddamn gangster. And the elves have arrived once again to trade. And they're laughing at me, as per usual. Let's see how many elves showed up this time. Is it still just 2? Man, what happened to the elves? They used to always bring like 5 or 6. Now they only bring 2. That's about all I do. Stone. I have no idea. I'll think about that when I get there. Glory Fire. They did go, eh. They just need a question mark and we're good. I mean, I have plans, but like, it's an irrelevant discussion. Glory Fire. It's certainly not relevant to the stream right now. I mean, if you're still talking about Grand Theft Auto, I'll put it this way, right? Grand Theft Auto was a satirical parody of America, right? America is now a satirical parody of America. And they've been going more and more and more in that direction for the last 2 decades, right? It's getting kind of hard to make fun of them without just being America. I don't envy anybody trying to write a story for a Grand Theft Auto 6. I'm just gonna be blunt. Like, where do you go with that shit? You either go full on Saints Row, or you just don't because it's a bad idea. Brought us a wolf, a wild boar. You know what? I'm gonna buy a wolf. Let a wolf run around. But I will just say this. Let's not talk about Grand Theft Auto because this isn't a Grand Theft Auto game stream, and I will never play another Grand Theft Auto game in my life, and quite frankly would be happier if I never had to think about Grand Theft Auto again. So can we just move to a world where we just talk about other things? Because that'd be cool. Also, no offense, Glory Fire, but we have one rule in this stream. The amount that you type XD makes me feel like you're a child. Just remember, typing in a Twitch chat is your voice. You were anxious after discussing water displacement. I mean, being displaced is dangerous. Can confirm. Lack of decent meals. Family. You want to fight. Let's put you in charge of the Eternal Hammer, Knowles. Basically, if you want to be treated with respect, speak with respect. If you want to be treated like an adult, act like an adult. If you are an adult, you definitely should act like an adult. And if you can't do that, then simply ooh and ah at the volcano erupting. Because ooh and ah. Look at that. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Horrifying, but incredible. What kind of seals? Are we talking about like the seal on a letter? Or are we talking about the animal, a seal? Because I'm a big fan of a good seal on a letter, especially a good wax seal. These things are actually really cool. Got a bunch of marmots I gotta train and kill. Is Seals a surname? I mean, I guess it must be, but it can't be that common. I've never even heard of that. I've never heard of somebody with the surname Seals. Cornish one? Huh. Well, I mean, you learn something every day, I suppose. All right, let's shut the pump stack off. Eureka is the name of a video game level. I can't even remember what game. All I know is that it was an older sports game. And the announcer at the very beginning when you start up the level just screams, Eureka! And it might be like one of the Cruise in USA games or something, but like I just remember selecting that because I know it was some sort of sports game and it had a track. And I just remember selecting that and then the announcer screaming Eureka. So whenever people write the word Eureka down, all I can think is someone screaming Eureka really loudly. I don't know if anybody else has like random ass memories like that, but I do. I have a lot of those. Another thing that like makes me like randomly think of things is or another random video game thing that'll just randomly pop into my brain is in Hydro Thunder when you select the track and then it says choose your boat. It's impossible for me to hear the word boat without thinking of that line. I just immediately think of choose your boat. Anyway. I'm a streamer who has a brain that works sometimes. Sometimes it just gets stuck in old video game lines. The Seals family lived in the parish of Seal. Huh. So is it seal as in the animal seal or seal as in a seal? Like what kind of seal are they talking about? Lumpy, is there anything happy in your life? Because all you want to do is take it easy. You know what, Lumpy, let's try a new career option for you. All you really want to do is take it easy. Take you off of everything except for crafting jobs. And healthcare. And let you go be the tavern keeper. Go take Nish's job. Let's see how you feel about this. Because you just want to eat, drink, and take it easy. So let's let you eat, drink, and take it easy. After you butcher this hoary marmot. It's interesting how the word soul for Anglo-Saxons meant like a muddy pit, basically. Where if I think of soul, the first thing that pops up is like our frickin' star, right? A muddy, although yes, it is if it is a. If it's a place in England, then yes, so probably Muddy Pit is logical. Yeah, but like that's what I think of. It doesn't matter what its name legally is or isn't because no offense, but it's not our place to name a star. Also, you know what was a little rabbit hole that I fell into recently? Is ancient Romans making their homes look like ancient Egyptian homes because they thought it looked cool? Because they were aware of ancient Egypt, which was like, 2,000 years before them. Anyway, that blew my mind recently. It's like, man, humans were into retro architecture like thousands of years ago. That's awesome. Pisswhittle? Is that actually like a word? As I've never heard about that. All right, let's see. Let's see if this helps you. You're now just socializing. All right. So another thing I gotta do is I gotta let that wolf out because I have this wolf now. Let's see what the Urban Dictionary has to say. Apparently, at Pisswhittle is a Twitter account. There is no meaning of the word pisswhittle in the Urban Dictionary. So, yeah, it must be a infrequently used word if it's not even in the Urban Dictionary. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, they had normal Egypt then, but they also had, like, ancient Egypt architecture looked different than Egypt at the same time, during the same time period as, like, Romans, right? Like, that era of Egypt looked very different than what we think of as ancient Egypt, right? And I think that differentiation existing is just awesome, personally. All right, are we done working our way through all of that silver ore? Nope, not even close. Anyway, I just think that little tidbit about history is fascinating. Because it was something I learned only recently. Looks like cat paw prints in ancient bricks. Oh, well, I mean, we've had cat paws or cats, like, running around doing cat things for a very long time, so. Good lord, there's a lot of people playing New World right now. Although, interestingly enough, oh, I see. Yeah, I can't find any stats on how many people are actually playing it right now. Now I'm kind of curious. 657,418 people are playing New World. Well, I think that it's fair to say that Amazon Games' New World is doing a hell of a lot better than their last game. Chad, who remembers the last game that Amazon put out? Because I definitely don't. I'm trying to like rack my brain right now and remember what it was called. The one that kills GPU? Did it kill GPU? No, that was New World's alpha that killed GPUs. Skyrim Very Special Edition? No. It was named after a mode from Destiny, but wasn't actually a mode from Destiny. Crucible was the name of it. Amazon Games' other game, Crucible, which I don't think exists anymore. Like, it existed for a bit, and then it got so poorly received, they shut it down in like 3 weeks and put it back into closed beta. And like it was an open beta, and they closed it down again. They stopped people from being able to buy it, and they were like, "Yeah, we're gonna work on this," and then they were like, "Yeah, actually, it's done." Yeah, and then like it was only the new GPUs though. Hive Hum. It was only the RTX cards that were getting wrecked by it, and then they had to post a thing stating, or if you went to the NVIDIA website, there was straight up just an RMA option that was New World, and they would just mail you a new thing. But yeah, no, it was called Crucible, was the name of their hero shooter. Chat, is the genre of hero shooter dead? Like, do you think that the genre of hero shooter is done at this point? Because, like, there was Overwatch, you know, and like plenty of people are familiar with Overwatch. Overwatch is big and successful. Overwatch is a hero shooter. Team Fortress 2, I guess, could be considered a hero shooter. It was one of the first ones. But like, I'm trying to think of other games that are a hero shooter. That was the only one that ever really hit big. Paladins was big for a bit, which was that free-to-play game. But I'm trying to... Oh yeah, I guess Valorant's kind of a hero shooter. I think of Valorant as more like... I don't quite put Valorant in the same bin in my head, but yeah, you're right. Because my head tells me that Valorant is a... Where did Domas go? In my head, Valorant is like Counter-Strike with magic. It's like Magic Strike, you know what I'm saying? Do you have any family here? No, you don't. We'll send you away. You're just an unnamed merchant. Don't need you here. Yeah, Smite's like a third-person MOBA, isn't it? You play the X series in single player EVE Online. Why don't you play Elite Dangerous in offline mode though? Because that's just that. But like, see, like with Apex Legends and like Smite, I don't think of those as hero shooters because they're like, Smite is like a MOBA and Apex Legends is Battle Royale with powers. I don't quite consider those hero shooters, but maybe I'm off on that. Maybe I'm wrong there. Like in my brain, I don't think of them as hero shooters. I think of like that one game that I can't remember the name of, Crucible, Overwatch, TF2, that style of game is a hero shooter. Where like it's basically just like a team deathmatch game with objectives, but you have powers. And more Empire Management than Elite. Fair enough, but I actually like playing Elite, which is the reason I don't play the X games. It's because I don't enjoy playing the X games. I do, however, enjoy playing Elite. Like, that's an unironic just truth for me, is I genuinely enjoy playing Elite. I do not enjoy playing the X games. Because their flight mile is... Anyway. It didn't pan out at all. I'm a little worried about Digital Extremes. You know? Because, like, they have the one thing that's hit. And it's pretty big. But I fear that that one thing is too big for them to ever make something new, and I would love to see them make something new. Flight model. The way the ship handling feels. No, not X-Plane 11. X as in X4, the space game. This game. One of like 6 games I've refunded on Steam because the flying felt so bad. I mean, it's a cool game. Cool as fuck game. But it's like, is my problem with it. You hope that they get something started. Yeah, I mean, like at this point, I feel like Digital Extremes is just like, whenever they decide they want to make a new game, or whenever they think of a type of game that they want to try making, they just kind of they just kind of add it to Warframe. Like, I'm pretty sure that's what they're doing at this point. But it still is like, man, there's a very real possibility that like they eventually just fade out of existence because, well, if Warframe ever starts to die. I guess you could also say that about Riot Games, but Riot Games is so much bigger that it's less of a concern. Also, now they have Teamfight Tactics and Legends of Runeterra, but does anybody actually play those? You can kind of say that about Blizzard, but Blizzard has, I guess, 3 big pillars of success. I'm actually kind of shocked at how many people are playing that new Diablo remake with all the crap that's going on at Blizzard. Maybe I'm underestimating the fanboyisms of people who like Blizzard games. You don't fly your ships, you manage them. Ah, fair. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess that's a way that you could play a space game like that. Be like, the problem is I like. The problem is I like flying ships too much, and that's why I'd prefer to play Elite if I need a space game. More like fart sounds? Blordo? Yeah, there you go. People are suckers for old D2. Go play old D2 then! Well, stop. Why do you have to give them more money? One of my favorite things about D2 was, oh man, what's his name? I'm blank. The head of the studio for that got put on to the Diablo 2 remake at last minute that made the Tony Hawk remake. The studio head literally was like, yo, just a heads up. Play it if you feel that it is the morally correct thing to do. It's like, you can morally decide for yourself whether or not you play the Diablo remake. Was essentially their wording on that. And it's like, wow. Everyone is pestering you with playing it? I mean, you know, on one hand, it's great that that game is good, and I'm happy that people are enjoying it. On the other hand, I wish that that game didn't come out for another 3 years until after Activision, or 5 years even, until after Activision Blizzard had completely restructured their shit. I mean, just play like Caves of Cud and Dwarf Fortress and Tome all day, and you don't have to worry about there being moral correctness to the games that you play. Just play games that you think are fucking interesting and move on with your life. And just maybe squint a little bit. Apparently Dusk is coming to Switch. Sure, but when's Dusk 82 out? Because I want Dusk... Is it Dusk 82 or Dusk 86? Oh, I see. Pre-order Dusk on the Switch and get Dusk 82 for free. Well, but what if I just want to play Dusk 82? When's Dusk 82 coming out on PC? I want that game. Wait, is that an actual quote? Be like, that's kind of gross. You see, everybody here is like going, when's the Steam version of DF coming out? And I'm going, when's this coming out? Because I want to play this so bad. It looks like so much fun. It's a turn-based bullet hell. I want to play it so bad. Looks like fun. Is that actually a quote from the gamer, though? Although, be like, I have you been here for the numerous times that people have gotten annoyed with me for thinking way too hard about the politics in Dwarf Fortress? Like, I'm the first to admit I think way too much about it, but also, I will never stop being amused by the people who get annoyed at me for thinking way too hard about the politics in Dwarf Fortress. Yeah. Yeah, no, the... Oh, okay, because the gamer is a website. So maybe just type, like, gamers or something, I don't know. Is the bee update ethical? I mean, the farming of bees is actually quite ethical, aside from the part where we, like, gas them every couple of weeks to take their hard-made honey away. No, I will. I want to farm bees. Bees are awesome. Nope, I have not. I have not. Could you give me a TLDR on it? Or TLDW, I guess. Too long didn't watch. Although I guarantee you that there will be a handful of reviews in the Steam version of DF complaining that there are furries in DF. It's gonna happen, and I'm just gonna throw out there that I personally find furries terrifying. So. She argues that DF is a narco-communist if you don't allow nobility. DF literally proved why capitalism doesn't work. Their simulation of capitalism was too accurate and it broke itself, which is why it was removed from the game. So yes, it absolutely is. Absolutely is. 100%. That shit's hilarious. But I love it. It's so good. Yay, my unicorns are breeding again. I thought for a bit there that I'd cut the unicorn numbers down too much because I cut down to only 2 adults. But we have unicorn foals again, which is good. Are we gonna start making bee movie jokes about who owns the legal rights to bees' honey? Whether or not we are making money and profiting off of bees' intellectual property? Because that's literally a good chunk of that movie. Hive Hum, are we still talking about Dwarf Fortress, or are we just talking about bees now? Because if we're talking about bees, yeah, no, I completely agree. In Dwarf Fortress, I guess it depends on the player and whether or not you crush them with the drawbridge. It's probably the best chunk of that movie. I mean, if there is any good chunk of that movie, it is one of the better ones. Just remember, Chad, you like jazz? There's a game coming out soonish that's literally just a bee breeding game. You don't know much about bee management in Dwarf Fortress. In Dwarf Fortress, you make hives, and then if there are honeybees on the map, the dwarves will gather the honey bee hives and put them into the beehives, and then the dwarves will remove honey, and then you need presses to press the honey out of the wax comb, and then you get wax and then the bee stuff, and then you make the bee stuff into honey, and then the wax crafts into wax crafts. I do actually be like, I own about 15 jazz albums now. I do actually. Also be like, I don't know if you were looking at the Discord, but I finally upgraded my main music setup into the early 2000s. I now have a CD player. So, you know, I have a CD player now. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but I hope not. Saying I don't want to think too hard about that. Favorite jazz artists? Currently? Well, I mean, all time, I'm pretty vanilla. I really like Weather Report. More improv-y, I really, really, really like Sun Ra. But current stuff, I really, really, really enjoy the quartet, Mammal Hands. Or trio, rather. They're usually a trio. Sometimes they have a third, but or a fourth, rather. But generally, they're a trio. I really, really, really like Mammal Hands. But that's very modern stuff. Unfortunately, I am very afraid of playing any of my jazz records on stream, so that's literally never going to happen. I own every single one of their albums on record, physically. Because they keep putting them on sale, and every time they put them on sale, I'm like, well, whoops, I own 3 new records now. So yeah, I own all of their stuff. Actually, that's not totally true. There's one I don't own. Which one do I not own? Yeah, I don't own their 10-inch. I also don't own this. But I own Captured Spirits, Shadow Work. Actually, no, I don't own that one. Okay, so that's one that I'm missing. I own Floa. I own Becoming because it came for free with Captured Spirits. I don't own this one, though. Well, maybe I need to buy that one. Anyway. How much is that with shipping? That's only 29 CAD. That's actually like a reasonable price for a record, including shipping. I'll think about that. But yeah, I really, really, really like Weather Reports and rest in peace, their original bassist. So, okay, so that's all Galena and Silver Nuggets. Let's smelt Galena. Jaco Pastorius, a very strange person, but yes, incredibly talented. I'd like to own some of his solo albums, but I haven't seen any in the stores, and they're kind of expensive on the internet, so. One of the greatest, that's for sure. My brain is like a sieve for jazz, though, so like there is actually there is quite a bit of jazz that I enjoy, but I'm having a hard time remembering it all because I said my brain is a sieve for that sort of stuff. Like I'm really good at remembering specific things, and I'm really bad at remembering a lot of other things. Although the last like 72 hours, I've just been listening to a lot of Philip Glass because as I said, I have a CD player now, and all of my Philip Glass is on CDs, so my 4 different Philip Glass CDs I've been listening to. Not really jazz, but I really, 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 really like the Physics House Band. But they're more like metal inspired by jazz. Well, I mean, unless you're into a very specific type of music, you wouldn't have, right? It's the thing with a lot of those, of that type of music. It's like, there's a lot of great music out there that you will never hear of unless you already listen to it. Vaguely? Word snappy? Sounds familiar. It's not... Evaporation and... Is this a new book? By Taurus. No, it's not new. It's pretty new though. Not the most recent book. They were playing in a local grocery store and you liked them. I have no idea who Swamp Candy is. I mean, you could also just like look up the best of Jacos Pastorius on YouTube, and there's a bajillion uploads of it. That's a really good way to experience Jaco Pastorius, in my opinion. He's just a really, 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 really good bass player. That's all he really is at the end of the day. So if you just like listening to really good bass guitars, those are really good bass guitars. Like really, really good bass guitars. So I have a question, chat. How many people here are currently sitting in queue for New World? Like, genuine question. If anybody. I'm just curious if there's anybody who's taking part in New World that aren't watching New World streams. Although maybe you're watching me and a New World stream, and I wouldn't judge that. Not you? Fair enough. Be kind of interesting to, You're not done with the old world yet? Yeah. Touche. Touche, man. I have a feeling a lot of people aren't watching me today and instead are watching New World streams, which, I understand. Makes sense. One thing I will say is that Unmetal is out, and my voice is in it. So, if you download the free DLC. So there's a free DLC for Unmetal. It's this. It's called the Creator Pack. If you install it, it adds 80 of your favorite content creators' voices into the game, including me. I'm just saying. But I'm thinking I'm going to stream some of this tonight because it looks like fun. And my voice is in it, so might as well stream a game with my own voice in it. No New World BS. Fair enough. I mean, I'm not going to talk shit about it because it looks like a fine MMO. It's just not my style of game. What is Unmetal? It's a Metal Gear Solid parody game. Basically. Here, I'll show a little bit of the trailer.
Name? Be a $6 million man to punch guards in the face. Guards love picking up free coins off the ground.
Hey, a coin.
I'll show you a punch.
But yeah, that's what it is.
Paper beats rock.
It's pretty quick and dirty. description, but yeah, it's essentially it's a 2D stealth action game, very heavily inspired by Metal Gear, and it looks like a Game Boy game. And a friend of mine is working on it, so they asked if I wanted to be in their creator pack, and I was like, yeah, sure, I'll be part of your marketing shenanigans. Why not? That sounds like fun. I'll spend an hour one evening recording a bunch of voice lines for you. And also, I want to hear my own references to Dwarf Fortress, which I put in there, so... You do kind of need to look for them, though. Like, they're not exactly obvious. But to those of you who are fans of genres similar to jazz, I recommend the Physics House Band. Did I got a gremlin for mayor in it? I did not. But to be fair, I recorded those voice lines before that was a real, like, meme in the chat. So, because I recorded them quite a while ago now. Like, I recorded those, like, maybe about a month before we started doing all the gremlin for mayor stuff here. Especially, like, before you started putting it on the Avorian servers and such. Gate Nerd slipped into depression. I feel that. We'll snap out of it, though. How's Jess doing as a wrestler now? Doing better? A little bit better. Constructing iron bins and all that shenanigans. You're concerned about the constant hoof clopping sounds you hear? I can turn them off. There you go. They went away. It's part of one of my noise machines, but I shut it off. The one that annoys me is the blacksmith sound, which is the constant sound of a hammer hitting metal. I just listen to the noise machines because it's entertaining enough for me, and I know enough people just tell me that they listen to their own music, so it just makes life easier, to be completely honest. Shit's just significantly less difficult when I just put on the noise machines. I think it might be time to just clean up the fort. It might just be time to clean up the fort. Let's just finish this round of this. Finish that. Give the dwarves a bit of a break. We're into early summer. We're going to need to trade pretty soon. It's going to be a lot of work for the dwarves. Everything in the fort goes into magma. Not that kind of cleaning. I mean, speaking of that kind of cleaning, how's the caverns doing? Good, excellent. It's finally starting to drain a little bit. Except that's never going to drain. It's looking nice. I think we got to dump some up top here. I think that's the last spot we really need to do, is up here. And then we can probably just call it. I mean, this is all still draining. Although, actually, we got to pull some levers. Just to drain all this lower stuff out. And then maybe redirect this over here on this side. And we could do that this way. We could go from, like, down here. Or, like, here. Yeah, we could do this. So we could just do that, but obviously we're gonna need to get all that lava out of the way first. Cool. Dwarf's coming to pull a lever. Can also pull this lever because this side's done. I'm not sure yet. I know I would like to try and retake them, but there's enough forgotten beasts that are just kind of there somewhere. I have to be really careful about what I do end up doing. I might see if I can make a so like some form of oh hey, there's a Gorlak down there. Careful, Gorlak. I might see if I can set up some sort of area where I can farm down here. I think that would be nice, being able to move the unicorns or something down here. I need to do, I want to do something with it. I'm not entirely sure what yet. Maybe just an art project. I don't know. But I would like to make these a usable area instead of just like completely, totally, and utterly inaccessible. Anyway, the humans have arrived to trade. Lumpy the second is throwing another tantrum and has already stopped. That's nice. Let's see what the humans want to trade for. Lots of clothing, it looks like. You don't buy anything? Oh, you know it. They definitely will. That is indeed the truth. They will buy literally anything. They'll buy almost anything. There's almost nothing they won't buy. I can definitely confirm that. Also, for reference, for the reason I was asking if anybody here is playing New World, it's because there's a specific room for it with some information and a guild over on the Halcyon Frequency Discord if anybody is interested. That does exist. Let's also sell these humans some scroll rollers. Because I have a ton of them and I've been making them to try and get some metal skill up in here because I don't technically have any primarily metal crafters and I'd like to get some. So also interesting, just when human caravan arrived and no royal treasurer and no second caravan. Are we going to get a second caravan? Also, did they not bring wagons? Oh, there they are. I was going to say, where's the wagons? Peter's been re-elected mayor. Okay. I mean, maybe we'll get a second group, but Alexa got wheels? What? They're letting her walk? Nope. Well, I do actually have one important question about this. Can it go on carpet, and is it a Roomba? Because if it's a Roomba, like if it's also a vacuum cleaner, and it can go on carpet, I kind of want one. But if it can't go on carpet and it's not a vacuum cleaner, do not give a shit. Also, I wouldn't get one anyway because that's kind of creepy. But also, if they could make one but also made it a Roomba, and also made it carpet safe, then I'd be suddenly curious. You have to pay for your own bot? What? No, it's your own bot that watches you sleep. Yeah. So how long until there's an app in it so that you can talk to your therapist through your own spy bot that's spying on you and watching you sleep? How long till then? If not already. That's terrifying. Yeah, I don't actually, like, it's funny, like, there's thousands and thousands of hours of me talking on the Twitch servers But I kind of refuse to buy an Amazon Alexa because I think they're creepy. I guess, you know, we all pick our own demise, right? We all get to decide what portion of hell we sink down to. But yeah, still only one caravan and no royal treasure still. I mean, my favorite thing to do with Amazon Alexas is, I'm not sorry, Alexa, play music. I hope I got somebody somewhere. If I didn't get anybody here now, then I probably got somebody on the YouTube video. Like, one of my favorite instances of Alexa was somebody triggering Alexa with a text-to-speech for a streamer. There was a streamer playing Minecraft, and somebody tipped like $5 and said, Amazon, play podcast. Or it was Alexa, play podcast. And Alexa popped up and playing most recent podcast. I do enjoy all of those clips on Twitch, but that's about all of the entertainment I've ever gotten from an Alexa. Aside from that, I just get really frustrated with Alexas whenever I have to do it because I guess I don't speak clear enough. So I ask Alexa to play specific songs, and she's like, I'm sorry, I didn't understand you. And then I end up just doing it on my phone anyway. Because I've been to friends' houses and stuff where they have Amazon Alexas set up, and it's always just after about 30 minutes of it, I just get annoyed. Longdeath plus robot, automated customer service. Yes, the automated customer service. Season 2. Longdeath and robots. That's maybe my favorite thing to ever come to Netflix ever. Just ever. Just ever. It's so good. It's so fucking good. Okay, nobody's claimed those. There's so much clothing in these. Also, so chat, you know how Dungeon Man says battle chickens? Good thing they exist in real life too. That's a breed of chicken that's very large. But like, do you imagine getting pecked by that thing? Good lord. Closed caption said Samantha chicken? What? Hey, the fact that auto captions do well enough that I've had people tune into my stream and say that they are deaf and can't hear anything, but then thank me for having closed captions. The fact that they're good enough to do that, I think, is better than nothing, even though they are basically nothing. The legs on that, right? Those things are so cool. I've seen images of those giant fucking chickens for years, but they are oddly satisfying to see. Oh, I've seen runt pigeons. Yeah. You look at those massive birds, those massive ground birds, and you go, "Oh, dinosaurs make a lot more sense now." I don't know if you guys do, but I look at those and I'm like, "Oh, hey. That's where dinosaurs went." Evolution, you crazy. Also kind of hilarious. Because obviously evolution has a bit of a sense of humor. Also, could you imagine the size of one of those chicken legs? Yum. Good to see Big Bird is enjoying his retirement years. About dinosaur ghosts, like there should be a lot. Wait, what? When did we talk about dinosaur ghosts? Oh, you had a whole conversation about dinosaur ghosts. Well, I mean, you want to know why there isn't a lot of dinosaur ghosts? Because most ghosts are actually just a product of human hallucinations and poorly treated mental health, and not an example of actual ghosts. Like I listened to a paranormal podcast where somebody mailed in with their own listener story, and their well, it's like paranormal and conspiracy theories and some true crime in there for flavor. But anyway, but they do episodes every couple of months where people just mail in and talk about their own experiences. And this one person talked about seeing ghosts at the end of their bed and hearing creaking and their door flashing open when they were trying to sleep and such. And it's literally just like it reads like a spooky ghost story, but then if you read it again and look at it a little closer, it's also just like a textbook description of what's it called? Sleep paralysis, where like your brain halfway wakes up, but your consciousness wakes up, but your subconscious isn't awake yet. No, that's not schizophrenia, because I have sleep paralysis. I have that happen. It's not schizophrenia. Sleep paralysis is extremely common. Sleep paralysis is just where your subconscious isn't awake, but your conscious mind is. So you are awake and you can sit up, but you still see shit. It's actually quite common. So like, you know, when you're trying to sleep, and like you'll wake up and you'll think that you're awake, and you'll look across your room and you'll see a figure standing there, and then you blink and it's gone. That's sleep paralysis. Sleep paralysis, if it's serious, can also cause you to feel paralyzed and be unable to move, and just be like looking around you, or feeling like you're able to look around your room, but you can't get up and you can't stand, and it feels like something's crushing you. Because I get mild sleep paralysis when I'm stressed, and I also sometimes have night terrors. Both of those are often confused. Well, night terrors is often confused as demonic possessions, and sleep paralysis is people who suffer from sleep paralysis who don't realize they suffer from sleep paralysis often confuse it with paranormal experiences. It is terrifying, yeah. It's pretty common in young kids, actually, Cuglorf, which is why a lot of kids think that they see ghosts, when in reality it's actually just sleep paralysis. Like, I will see figures standing at the end of my bed. It's actually very unusual that a lot of, I mean, some paranormal experiences can be deduced down to schizophrenia, but schizophrenia is pretty uncommon, so it's usually some form of sleep paralysis. Or lack of sleep-induced hallucinations, or drug-induced hallucinations, or stress-induced hallucinations, which are all possible. All you feel when you wake up is shit. I always feel like... Yeah, it sucks. I'm sorry. Also, hi, Cuglor. I hope you're well. I'm just skimming this article to see if this is a good article to recommend, but... Isolated sleep paralysis is when episodes are not connected to an underlying diagnosis of narcolepsy. A neurological disorder that prevents the brain from properly controlling its wakefulness and often leads to sleep paralysis. Recurrent sleep paralysis involves multiple episodes over time. In many cases, these two defining characteristics are combined to describe a combination of recurrent isolated sleep paralysis, and I have isolated sleep paralysis, which involves ongoing instances of sleep paralysis in someone who does not have narcolepsy. Isolated sounds more like what I have, but maybe I have recurring because it happens on and off. But I'm at the point now where, like, I will know if I'm in sleep paralysis and I will halfway wake up. I used to, like, kind of try to roll myself over or make noise so that my ex would wake me up back in those days. But these days I just kind of, like, stare at the ceiling frustrated and pissed off until I actually wake up properly. Yeah, it's like you're paralyzed but unable to move, and you'll see stuff and you'll see the world around you, and then sometimes you'll hallucinate. I usually hallucinate. Yeah, the brain is a weird thing. Well, I'll just say that. The brain is a fucking weird thing, but that's part of why it's so cool. You know what? Let's buy a bunch of yarn. Give my weavers something to do. I missed that one piece. That's fine. Have I ever lucid dreamed? Many times. I can't control it though. I thought that you asked if I had laminated a dream, and I'm like, I don't know how I would laminate a dream. I've also never dreamed about laminating, so I'm not much of a laminator, I suppose. Are you super sensitive to light stone? Because if I put, like, it's kind of, my mom thinks I'm nuts. But if I put, like, a sleep mask on, I will have, like, an anxiety attack. Because I hate not being able to open my eyes. And another thing that I hate, which, again, my mom thinks I'm nuts, is I hate being in a sleeping bag. Which is funny because, like, it makes camping really difficult. But, like, I'm genuinely terrified of sleeping bags. Genuinely. It's a irrational fear, but it's a genuine fear. But you've slept in with your blanket over your face your entire life? Huh. Have you ever tried using a sleep mask? You know, you can get them for a couple bucks. See, I sweat a lot. So I make the inside of sleeping bags wet really quick. Fair enough, Stone. There was a wall behind you that had and tried to choke you. Yeah, no, that seems accurate. But like this particular example of sleep paralysis, they talked about waking up multiple times when they were a child in this specific house, in a specific bedroom, seeing a door that looked like it opened when it was open when it wasn't open, seeing the door knocked off the hinges when it wasn't, and seeing a cloaked figure standing at the end of their bed. Sometimes it was just standing, sometimes it was sitting, and sometimes it was crawling up and over the bed, which is very much sleep paralysis. It's actually very similar to what I see. But although I just have like weird ass hallucinations sometimes because of my eyes. Like I've talked about this before. My right eye, my bad eye, sees light and motion, but doesn't actually see anything. Like I can't actually tell that that's my hand over here, but I can see it moving, if that makes any sense. So like when I'm outside, like I can see motion that I can easily assume are cars, for example, if I'm walking next to a road. So that's quite helpful, actually, which is why I do like having that eye, even though it's kind of useless. But it's every now and again, like my brain will interpret that motion as something else, even if it's nothing. So like I'll just be outside and trying to go for a walk, or maybe it's later at night and it's kind of dark and I can't see all that much, and I'll just like be trying to, go somewhere or just have an enjoyable evening, and then like I'll randomly see like a person running towards me, or I'll see like a dog running towards me, or I'll see insert thing here that definitely doesn't exist flying at me. But yeah, no, the human brain is a weird fucking thing. It really, really, really is. At least you're not seeing any of this stuff. Yeah, I mean, like when I was a little kid, and it happened occasionally, it was terrifying to me, but never terrifying enough that I would really tell anybody. And then once I became an adult and I actually started looking into it, it's one of those, oh, well, that's anticlimactic kind of feelings. If that makes any sense. Like, it's not that fear is now, it's not that I think less of it now. It's more of this is now a weird, scary thing in my life that I understand, and a weird, scary thing in my life that I can just live with and deal with. Because, like, realistically, once you know that, oh, it's sleep paralysis, even if it's mild, it's like, all right, it's just my brain waking up. So now, because you're conscious, right? And if you're conscious and you understand what it is, when you wake up and you see things, you can just be like, oh, I'm awake, and this is sleep paralysis. But in regards to lucid dreaming, sometimes if, like, I've never been one to really try to do it intentionally, but if I do end up lucid dreaming, I wake up almost instantly. Like, if I realize that I'm sleeping, I wake up almost instantly. And it does happen occasionally, but I don't quite have the restraint? No, that's maybe not the right word. That level of control over my dreams, to be able to control them. If I'm sleeping and I realize I'm sleeping, I just wake up within a couple of seconds usually. But I also don't generally remember my dreams. It's very, 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 very rare that I'll remember my dreams. Like, there's definitely a few standout dreams in my head that I remember, but, like, the vast majority of my dreams I forget almost instantly. When you know the unsee you feel in a building is infrasound, you can logically understand it. The unease you feel in a building is infrasound. Oh, the unease. I mean, and this is kind of why I poo-poo people who pop in the chat who say that they believe in ghosts. Because I grew up in a house that, by all logic, like a large portion of the populace would probably say was haunted. It was in an area that was full of native reserves years ago, and native burial grounds are often considered to be haunted areas. There was a ton of those around that region. I was a couple blocks away from an old monastery and a graveyard. It was an older house, and it definitely creaked a lot. Like, you could hear nails bending at night in the walls. Like, you could hear the walls expanding and contracting as the temperatures changed outside. Like, I had sleep paralysis and would see things sometimes when I was trying to wake up. I was so like, I slept in the basement once, and I had really bad night of sleep paralysis that night. And I was so scared of going into the basement, I didn't go into the basement for like years. But it was a lovely house. And to this day, it's like, it's having lived in that house that I just, yeah, like none of that shit exists. It's all just a load of bullshit that is packed into your brain, and it's all explainable with completely logical things. Like as Stone was saying, like infrasound giving you a sense of unease, temperatures changing, making walls creak, couple rounds of sleep paralysis so that you see shit, and the endless quiet. Like me and a friend used to go ghost hunting. And what we would do is we would take this printout photo camera. I can never remember the name of those things, but you know those cameras that have the fancy film that automatically print out photos? We would take those and we'd go down to the graveyard that was very close to my house, which the oldest graves in there were from the early 1800s, because it was no longer actively being used. It got closed, I think, in 2005, but it was a bunch of really, really, really old graves, and then a couple more modern ones, and that was about it. And then the new ones were being put in a new graveyard. But we would go there and we would hang out at night with candles and take photos and shit. Like we would actively go ghost hunting, and it's like, yeah, all of that stuff's in your own head. As I said earlier, the human brain is a fantastic, weird, scary thing. And I'm just kind of rambling because like we're pretty lurky today and numbers are kind of low, so if there's anything that anybody in particular wants to talk about, go ahead and just jam into the chat. I'm just rambling because this is what's on my brain. And that's the easiest for me to just keep going in a constant stream of consciousness. So, like, considering my job is literally just, yo, you have to talk a lot. I'm doing my best over here. So if there's anything in particular you guys want to talk about, yell at me. Thing that you're scared of at night is other people. That's completely legitimate. Other people and wild animals. Like the time I went camping and I woke up and I opened up my tent and I looked outside because I could hear a weird sound and there was a bear right there. And I was just like, zip, closed the tent back up and went back to sleep. That was one of the scariest nights of my life. One of the genuine scariest nights of my life. Part of the reason was we watched the Blair Witch Project earlier that day. We hiked halfway up a mountain in Scouts. My friend brought his iPod Classic, the 128 gigabyte one. With the Blair Witch Project on it. Me and him in the tent watched the Blair Witch Project on a iPod Classic, then went to sleep, and I woke up in the middle of the night hearing weird sounds outside, looked outside, there was a fucking bear. It's one of the scariest nights of my life. Genuinely terrifying. And then we super slept in and everybody woke us up by flipping our tent over, which was also terrifying, but also kind of funny in hindsight. It's the closest I've ever come to feeling like there was an earthquake happening. While I'm in a tent. And expecting to die. But, you know, I didn't. And there wasn't, so it was fine. I didn't, and there wasn't, so I was fine. That's a sentence. Now I just love horror films because it's like, oh, all this is just a bunch of bullshit. Oh, bear. I was riding my bike home from the lake where I'd been kayaking that day once. And to give you an idea, my house was the house that I grew up in was pretty close to the bottom of a very large hill. And then there was a highway a couple streets down. And it was just this tiny little 2-lane country road, right? In the middle of a forest. And it was about 4 kilometers from my house to the lake. It took me about 30 minutes to ride the bike up the hill to the lake. And then afterwards, I was riding home, and I decided to take a different route because I wanted to ride down this little trail that it increased the route by about 2 kilometers, but didn't take that much longer. It took maybe an extra 10 minutes because I get to ride down a little trail. And the trail would boot me out behind one of the elementary schools in that area, behind their baseball field. Took the trail, popped out the baseball field, rode around the baseball field, past their soccer field, and was riding down one of the side streets, stopped, took my backpack off, reached in the backpack, pulled out my bottle of water, took a chug of my bottle of water, and heard a thunk. Put the lid back on and looked to my left, and there was a garbage bin sideways, which had just been knocked over, with 2 baby bears in it. That is the most scared I've ever been in my entire life. They were maybe 5 meters away from me. It was 2 bear cubs, just a handful of meters away from me. And I was just like, all right, where's mom? And I put my thing back on, put my backpack back on, and I do like a check both shoulders, and mom was, I don't know, 50 meters away in a ditch, just kind of coming out of the ditch. I was like, I'm out of here, and I just got on the bike and booked it. Didn't see mom, so was fine. No, that bear that we saw while camping was a smaller male, and it was pretty early in the year, so. I mean, technically it was like BB. Say hi to mom. It was an, oh fuck, I'm pretty sure were my words. And then I just booked it as fast as I could. True story, I actually almost got a speeding ticket on that road once. I got pulled over by a police officer for going 20 kilometers an hour above the speed limit. To be fair, speed limit was 40, and it was a hill that was about that steep. So on a bike, you just go vroom, real fast. It was good fun. But yeah, that's probably the most terrified I've ever been in my life. BBB, oh fuck yeah. Yeah, no, it's kind of good memories though. I love telling that story. I actually have a photo on this computer, which I could go dig for if you want, of a black bear that was on the driveway, up the gravel driveway to my old house. But the thing about that bear was it was right next to a blackberry bush and very fat and not super concerned about anything around us. And it was the end of the summer. And at that point, all they do is just eat the blackberries and the plums and pretend that you don't exist. You almost fell into a den full of rattlesnakes? Okay, explain. Someone I know went out onto his porch and was locking the front door to head off to work and heard a rattling sound, and there was a rattlesnake right next to him. And then he just ran back inside and locked the door and hasn't gone back out since. And out that door since. He uses the back door now, which I think is hilarious. But. You want 3 picks? 3 iron picks. I'm assuming I still have plenty of iron blocks, yeah? Yeah, 1,200. Good stuff. Stone's just in full-on storytelling mode now. Thanks, Stone. When you were really younger, you lived in Arizona. And you would explore the surrounding area. It was on this boulder. You slipped and fell on the boulder and saw on another side it was a big hole full of snakes. I wonder if they were having a rattlesnake orgy, because snakes do that. Snakes will have like breeding pits. Like there's a garter snake breeding hole around here, which is very protected. It's up in Golden Ears Park. Like, you're not allowed to go anywhere near it during breeding season because literally, like, all of the garter snakes from the entire area will just go there and have a massive snake orgy. Something like 80% of the garter snakes in the region go to that one cave. Which is kind of awesome, but also kind of scary in a weird way. They're harmless snakes, though. They're very small. They're kind of cute. I've caught them a couple of times. Just seen them outside, and I'll just pick them up. They usually just poop on you, and then they wrap around your hand, and they don't mind so much after that. Once they realize you're not going to eat them. Snakes saw the adverts for hot snakes in their area. Hot snakes, slithery and ready to mingle. See, like, you joke about that, but, like, if someone were to actually do that, Alamire, you might make a subspecies of garter snake almost go extinct because they are endangered. That particular type of snake is endangered, so that's why there's literal guards around it. Like, the park rangers around here actually will stop tourists from trying to take pictures and stuff. There's a few naturalists that are allowed to go there every year, but that's it. I'm just doing basic color coordinating around here. I think I'm just gonna do a bit of that. So, yeah, I don't think that joke's particularly funny, if it was intended as such. It is, like, because of people doing dumb shit like that, a lot of their breeding grounds are just gone now. Which is genuinely sad. They're just small rodent catchers. That's all they are. They eat, like, very small mice and slugs. We've also, like, partially destroyed one of their natural food sources, the slugs, because we have banana slugs here. Which are one of their natural food sources, which are a very, very, very large slug. But pesticides and such have killed a lot of them, and the introduction of black slugs here, which are not native, which came with, you know, settlers and the colonialists, the colonists. Those slugs have kind of pushed the banana slugs out of their hometown, essentially. I don't know if you've ever seen a banana slug before, but if you haven't, here, give me a second. They should put these in Dwarf Fortress because they're amazing. These are banana slugs. They're huge. They are huge. Like, they're massive. Like, they're big. And yeah, our little snake population like to eat them, but they're not as common anymore because of pesticides and other predators that have been introduced. It's kind of sad. Besides, our apex predator is coming for us. It's called volcanoes. Seriously, they should put banana slugs into Dwarf Fortress, though. Because they're a random enough creature that people will actually look them up. So don't touch them. The last hike me and my dad were going on, we were just walking. And then my dad's like, whoops, slug. And there was a banana slug that was about I don't know, about 14 centimeters, about that long. It's literally about that long. I just stepped over it and kept walking. How are you doing, Mind? How's things? I mean, African snails are kind of amazing. Because, like, a snail this big, kind of awesome. But I do tend to agree. I don't like touching them either. Although I do have to touch slugs almost every day now because they get into my kale. I had to go out in the rain yesterday and pull a slug off my kale. Oh, also, I think this should probably go without saying. Today's stream's probably not going to be short. Me and person I wanted to hang out with today called a rain check, so it'll be a normal stream today. Put salt around the kale. It's totally wouldn't get washed away by the the rain. I already have a copper strip on my pots, which they don't like climbing over, but they still somehow manage to. I mean, they don't really get to my pots unless it's raining. If it's raining a lot, they do get to my pots. Give the salt an umbrella. I like this theory. We can workshop it. Just like a row of like cocktail umbrellas with like a little string of salt all the way around it. I mean, the moisture in the soil definitely wouldn't like make the salt go away or anything, but I like that idea. Just imagining like little tables with like little individual grains of salt with little tiny umbrellas all the way around my plants now. It's funny. I mean, even if it wasn't rain, animal, it would then just be me watering the kale. I mean, that's called having kids, right? The lack of energy and time. Mind? Is that an upward ramp? Where? I don't see any upward ramp here. Oh, you mean on the right? In that stockpile with the flashing letters? Those are animal traps. Little half arrows. Those are animal traps. They're used for catching vermin. I usually just sell them. The humans bring them all the time. I don't generally use them that much in this fort. Fucking hell, why is he that big? Your mom's reaction to the chicken? It's a specific breed of chicken that have always been that big. They're not that common. Not generally used for farming, but yeah, they are massive. I like that they just have like... I like those chickens, and the reason I like those giant chickens stowed is because they look like somebody took a normal chicken and then took the bottom half of Michael Jackson with the flappy pants and glued it to the chicken. That's why I like those chickens. Because they look like dancers from like the 70s and 80s. Because they look like they have big fucking wide end pants. They're great. They're awesome looking. They're definitely a bruh chicken. Right, I think this will be the last of my current beautification efforts, and then we will, once this is done, just give the dwarves some time off until it's time to trade with the dwarves. Oh, these? These are stairs going up, which go up to this area. Right here. And then this is a ramp that goes down to here. It's a downward ramp going down here. Yeah, those just go up to the top half of the fort. I've got several of those stair sets around the fort. Like, you haven't figured out how to do stairs yet in DF? Upstair? Up, downstair in the middle. Oh, I could do this in an area where I don't have to... I mean, you just upstair for you for upstairs. Up, downstairs for the middle section. And downstairs. They're very simple. Up, down stairs for just going up and down. It's like the bottom half of the stairs goes up, right? And doesn't go down through the floor. The up, down stairs go into the middle and fill up both. And then the downstairs only go down through the floor instead of going up through the floor. It actually, it's funny because like the stair system in this game is identical to the stair system in The Sims, but because it's on a 2D plane, it's kind of difficult to wrap your brain around it. It's a very, very, very simple system. So, I mean, like here, I'll build a staircase right here. Just upstairs. There, and then right above it. Downstairs. So then they'll be able to go up and down there. Anyway. It's one of those things where you just have to figure it out. It's not complicated, but people overthink it to a point where they just don't understand how it works. Goats, how you been? Long time. I hope you're well. It's been a long time since I thought of the mayor of Socks. It's been a while since I've seen you too, which is part of why. How long has it been?
I am the garbage man! Oh, yeah!
5:25. It's been 4 months. Good to see you, Goats. Speaking of hell yeah, hi Ghost. How are you? Because Ghost is the garbage man. Laughing sounds.
Whoa, dude,
yeah,
fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Hobo sounds. The grand old Duke of York, he had 10,000 stairs. He marched them up to the top of the stairs and he marched them down again. And when they're up, they're up. And when they're down, they're down. And when they're only halfway up, then they were up and down. You should put that on the DF wiki. I'm just saying that should be in the DF wiki. That is a wonderful description. You have your socks, which power you? I hope that you've been well. When it's funny. I was talking with a friend yesterday about like views and numbers, and he stated that he kind of gets sad sometimes when people stop watching him because he just wants to ask where they went and why they stopped. And at the end of the day, like there's really no way that us as streamers can ask that. But I do wonder about people sometimes. It's always where did you go? Like if Stone were to ever stop watching me, I would be kind of concerned, but also wonder forever, like where did Stone go? That's how the original poem went, but that's not the original poem. The grand old Duke of York, he had 10,000 men. He marched them up to the top of the hill, and he marched them down again. When they're up, they're up, and when they're up, and when they're down, they're down. And when they're only halfway up, they were neither up nor down. That is the original, but Stone didn't write the original. Because Stone's talking about stairs in Dwarf Fortress, not actually the grand old Duke of York having 10,000 men. Also, speaking of the grand old Duke of York, the annual tributes from Basti Pime and Nulanabo have arrived. I mean, that would be a yacht of money. Ah! Ah! We do indeed have sufficient socks. We make a good number of silk socks these days. Every single time we do a full clothing reset, which is every few years. Robin laid an egg, yes. I mean, a dwarven fortress will never function without alcohol and socks. So, speaking of my Halloween fort that I've started noticing that half of the dwarves are wearing loincloths, which means we're doomed. Maybe not, but we are in trouble. Well, we've dug down to not one, but both of the cavern layers. We also have a giant pillar of lava going from the center of the earth all the way up to the surface. So, yeah, we've made some progress. You could say that. Wait, did Picture Point not know the tune of the Grand Old Duke of York? That's kind of surprising to me, but also makes sense. He'd never heard of it before. I guess that kind of makes sense. Like he didn't really have much. He doesn't have that much European ancestry, and you kind of need some European ancestry to hear those little childish things. Oh, the Grand Old Duke of York had 10,000 men. He marched them up to the top of the hill, and he marched them down again, or something like that. It's been a while. I just got a $20 gift card to my grocery store. Yay! Half my next grocery shopping session will be free. It just means I spent much money at that one grocery store, and I have a lot of loyalty points, so they sent me a coupon, basically. Thanks for spending a lot of money at the slightly more expensive grocery store. So here we're going to give you some of that more expensive grocery money back in the format of you can buy more stuff at our store. Stop seeming like such a good deal now. It is nice, though. All right, year 317. Yeah. Sorry, big yawn. Also scroll, I missed that. Goat leather shoes? We haven't had goats in a while. Also, shoutouts to the 10 honeybee Icor. If I buy big, no, I buy there because they have a lot of like, for example, I've been eating a lot of beets recently. The reason I've been eating a lot of beets, Belug, is because I like it when my piss is red. No, I've been eating a lot of beets because they had these super fancy golden beets that were organic, as well as really, really, really nice red beets that were also organic, for like 30 cents less than I would have to pay at Walmart. So, I like it when I bleed. No, do they make your piss gold? No, they still make your piss red. Golden beets don't stain though, which is interesting. Very tasty. But yeah, no, I buy there because of the because of the cheap, high quality ingredients. But they're still more expensive than I could get if I bought like normal groceries at a normal grocery store. There is now 311 people in the Halcyon Frequency Discord. So I have a very simple question to ask you, chat. What is the color of that Discord's energy? Because, sick beats and sick beats, yeah. You know it. I mean, I was listening to my old Disturbed CDs because I plugged in a new CD player. Well, not a new CD player, but I plugged in a CD player that I was given by my aunt yesterday and got it all set up, and I was listening to CDs from my old CD sleeve from high school. So I've been listening to Disturbed. So I have been listening to good beats and, well, cooking beats. I'm just going to say, Indestructible and Down with the Sickness are still good albums. Don't at me. Shit's good for what it is. You turned Stardew Valley into a spreadsheet, mate. You're going to math the heck out of it. You know, people have probably already done that for you, but if you're going to do that for yourself, I'm sure you'll get much more enjoyment out of it. I would just look up somebody else's spreadsheet because I'm lazy. It's a min-maxing vibe, not profit. Min-maxing vibe. I mean, max those min vibes, man. Min-max comfy speedrun. But it stops being comfy the second you're speedrunning, let's be honest. It's only comfy until you start speedrunning, and then it ceases to be comfy because it turns into a gotta go fast, and that's not comfy. That's anxiety. Yeah, you're casual min-maxing. You're min-maxing the beautification. Also, if you're min-maxing the casualties, my next question was going to be, there are casualties in Stardew Valley? What kind of casualties? You mean all the hearts that you broke along the way because, like, you didn't date everybody in the town? Oh yeah, I guess the mines, true. But those aren't people. You're not killing people in the mines. You're just killing wild animals, right? They don't have society or villages or language or feelings. They probably don't even feel pain. Wisely said. I couldn't agree more. You say that because it's funny because I took my socks off like 20 minutes ago because my feet were too warm. This is what you missed us building. Socks. Do you think that the mayor of Goats would have been proud to know that we built a tube of lava? Yes, that is a lava lamp. Also, Cyrelac the Weaver has given birth to a boy, so I have to give this to somebody from YouTube. I don't do this very often, but if there are frequent commenters on YouTube that ask me nicely, I give them babies. So we're going to just going to scroll down until I find that comment. Where are you? Three days ago, Zindros. Not to be confused with Bob Ross. That means that you disconnected and reconnected to the chat. It's annoying when that happens. Also, just because this is too awesome looking. Good God. Yes, this is live. This is day 10 of the eruption. 656 homes destroyed, 88 more damage, 21 kilometers of road has been destroyed, 0 casualties. Yeah, here, I'll give you a link to the live stream. 7,000 people are watching right now. La Pamela Island, La Pamela is the name of the volcano, and it's in the Canary Islands. But yeah, it is horrific, but it's also awesome, you know? Just remember, chat, we live on Earth, and Earth is our landlord. If Earth decides to just, vomit lava all over us, we have no power to do anything except for just get the fuck out of the way. And that's kind of why I think that this stuff's beautiful. Because look at that. There's nothing we can do except for just get the fuck out of the way. Anyway, back to dwarfs. Which is also actually why Diamond made this meme. Where did it go? DF stream, volcano stream, flying. Yeah, definitely watching this live stream of volcano. I'm not gonna lie. One of my favorite things about the modern internet is that we have the technology. Like, we didn't have the technology to do this like 10 years ago, but literally just point a 4K camera at volcano and just press the go button and just broadcast that shit out to the internet. Like, this is just a free stream on YouTube run by an independent party. It's a combination of their cameras plus a bunch of restreams. It's like way too cool that we can do that we have that technology now. That just, like, when I was growing up, I thought that volcanoes were amazing, right? But like, the most I'd ever see of a volcano was just like a photo in a book, or like 5 minutes of the same footage on repeat over and over, because like the amount of actual like professionally captured footage of volcanoes was so small that it's amazing that we can actually see that. Anyway, so let's name this dwarf Zindros. Now Zindros, from the world of YouTube, says Mama Da. This is the son of Cyrlac II and Massive, and is a worshipper of Shistek, and a worshipper of the fuchsia, and a worshipper of the fuchsia. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed. He has very long sideburns, which are neatly combed, a very long mustache, which is arranged in double braids, and a medium-length beard that is neatly combed. He has very long hair that is neatly combed, and his slightly protruding cobalt eyes have large irises. His lips are thick, and his somewhat splayed-out ears are short. His hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe. Well, I mean, more chill live streams of nature, more than anything, right? Like, we straight up didn't have, like, the ability to stream volcanoes not a long period of time ago, you know? He personally sees introspection as important and considers craft dwarfship worthless. I mean, like, even go look at footage of Hurricane Katrina and look at how crappy that footage is. And then look at footage of hurricanes now, right? Like, it's, I don't know, it's night and day. I love how camera technology has expanded. He personally sees introspection as important and considers craft worship to be relatively worthless, and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and sees working out as a foolish waste of time. Well, naturally, he's a baby and can't get up or walk on his own yet. Personally dreams of mastering a skill. At this point in his life, probably is walking. He only rarely tries to assert himself in conversation because he can't speak yet, and does not generally respond to emotional appeals, probably because he can't speak yet. He often feels lustful, that's distressing, and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand because he's a baby. Slow to anger, also he's a well-behaved baby, and doesn't focus on material goods. Doesn't care if he owns stuff because he's a baby. And he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. Okay, wants to learn to speak because he's a baby, and is trusting because he's a baby. Mommy. He can easily fall in love and develop positive sentiments, especially towards mommy, and can commonly winks as a form of greeting because he can't speak yet because he's a baby. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, naturally, because he's a baby. Don't forget the beer, the baby dwarf. What was I looking at? Right, down here. 4K cameras with good wireless internet and or satellite internet in some cases. You personally love live streams from Earth and from the space station? Yeah, I love those too. Because he's a baby. Yeah, you know what? I could quote that for you. It makes the descriptions of baby dwarves very funny. It's like, well, naturally, because he's a baby. Quote 343. 343. I'm waiting for a baked cookie to appear. I just cast a spell. Where's this freaking cookie? Ah, there it is. Here we go, frenzy. Problem is now I need to click buttons. I mean, it's gotta click cookies sometimes. It's true, I do still professionally fuck up names for a living. God, that is an old quote. Such an old quote. What do I make of it? Like, what do I think of it? Is that what you're asking? Just odd wording. I'm excited. I hope it's good. I would like it to be done, but not for the reason that most people would like it to be done. I want it to be done so that Tarn can go work on things that excite him and that he finds interesting. Currently, the Steam version seems to be probably a test of Tarn's patience and probably the most boring thing he's ever actually worked on. So I would very much like to see him go work on things that he enjoys working on. That's what I make of it. Why do you ask? What do you make of it, Erodoid? I mean, you do gotta collect cookies sometimes. Sometimes always cookie. There you go. 345. Oh no, that's 344, not 345. Would need to add one more cookie. I'd need to add one more quote for that. The whole baby thing fits in a clip quite nicely. I mean, naturally. It's a baby. Speaking of babies, the dwarves have arrived to trade. Do we have a outpost? Yes, we do have an outpost liaison. Fortunately, isn't one that's going insane, though. Only after you stop calling me a baby. Really don't need these sandbags currently. Sell those extracts. And we'll just do that. I don't know. I'm just trying to be funny. Truck for hire. What is and what is not a baby? Do you really want me to, like, give you a link to the Wikipedia page with the definition of the term adolescence? Although adolescent people are most definitely still babies. And are we talking a baby mentally? Are we talking about the pet named baby? Or are we talking about, like, infant growing into child, growing into a teen, growing into an adult? So, yeah, like Lump just said, that's a very deep question. To baby or not to baby? That is the baby. And as somebody who doesn't own the very loud, expensive pet called a baby, I've also never owned one. Regressing into helplessness? No, realizing their helplessness. They don't regress into helplessness. They simply become aware of their helplessness. Toulon says, I am your liaison from the outhouse. From the outhouse? From the mountain homes. I mean, the mountain home is basically an outhouse. I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of the merchants? You know what? Thanks, animal. Thanks. Sure, I'll just keep doing this. Maybe you should take a nap. Maybe you need to go on a trip to Nappy Boo past Betty by Land, as they said in that very good movie, The Pacifier. Well, we have finalized the important agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Oh, Animal has to flex. There you go. Flex on them fools. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Animal's flex? Naturally. You went Super Saiyan and spent all your channel points. Toulon says, look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Please tell me if there's ghosts here. That'd be cool. I wonder how many people are playing New World. I'm way too fascinated by this shit. Yeah, it's still 690,000 people. So at least 12. 43% positive reviews. Man, they've dropped by 25% since this morning. Also, can I just say that this top review of this game is really funny to me? It feels a bit weird that there are taxes in an MMO created by Amazon. That's wonderful. Like, actually, that is wonderful. That's funny. Yeah, that is many people. Definitely many people. But yeah, chat, unless there's any complaints about this, I think the plan for today is, I think that the plan for today is Dwarf Fortress, probably for like another 2 or 3 hours. And then we're going to play Unmetal, which comes out tonight. But we're going to play Unmetal because I'm in it. So obviously I have to play it at least a little bit to hear my own voice in the background and irk myself every time I hear it. Oh, probably far more than 50. All of the people leaving negative reviews are in the queue. Yeah, more or less. Frog, more or less. I've also heard that that game's depiction of colonialism is kind of terrible, so, you know. Speaking of, I mentioned this earlier, but if you buy Unmetal, which just released, download this free creator pack, and then using a cheat code, you can put in my username and I replace a bunch of the NPCs. I'm just saying. So random comedic lines or me, which is what we'll be playing tonight. It literally released like an hour ago, so. Oh, Matt's got new emotes? Well, that's cool. It's nice to see that Matt's back to streaming. I need to actually find time to tune into his streams again. I actually don't want to trade these bars. Nope. Nothing goes down the lava tube right now. I don't have a way of easily putting stuff into the lava tube. What I'm thinking about doing is I'm thinking about making a room. Because I was thinking about this the other night. About making a room that I can seal. That then releases some lava into that area. Torchwood will be thrown into magma. Not exactly, but... Currently nothing gets thrown in there. There is an easy porthole that I could very easily remove a thing to turn it into a murder lava tube, but currently it is not. The kind of incognito long-term plan would be to fill it up with demons. Well, I mean, I'm burning the caverns with it. In fact, it's probably ready for me to redirect it again. Or cleaning the caverns with it, because like you might remember the caverns were full of dead bodies, right? Well, it's much cleaner now. There's still some obviously, but like we are doing a pretty efficient job at cleaning a lot of the dead bodies out of it by simply dumping lava in it. No, that's not how ghosts work. Ghosts come from intelligent sentient creatures, not from...
Many people ask me, Nikita, we will be...
Escape from Tarkov players.
Блин!
Also, my headcanon now is that the only things that turn into ghosts are escape from Tarkov players. Speaking of ghosts and escape from Tarkov players, Ryan, how are you? How's things, man? Also, chat, we're currently at the highest sub count that I've had since January 1st, 2020, because way too many subs were gifted in January 1st, 2020 when we hit 600 sub points. In order to unlock an emote, we need 700 sub points. We have 2 days left in the month before October ends, which is when subs get expensive again. I'm not directly daring chat to gift way too many subs. I'm just saying if you want to, it's cheaper right now than it will be the rest of the year. Until next year. You know what's amusing to me, Ryan, is when Tarkov players insist to me that Tarkov is not a hard game to learn, but then say that Dwarf Fortress is difficult. And I've had Tarkov players tell me that before. Or people that I know who play Tarkov. You know. I mean, if the creatures in the basement were causing ghosts to appear, we would have a very major problem. Because that would be a bug to absolutely incredible levels in DF. Probably would be the biggest bug ever in DF. Step 7 claims steel or iron or copper. Well, oh, actually, I think copper would be melted away. I mean, how to see enemies is pretty hard. I mean, you could say that is it's pretty easy as a hardcore FPS game. It's not easy to learn hardcore FPS games, is my argument. But fair enough, Ryan. Fair enough. It's a buzzard fighting with a merchant. Actually don't need to deconstruct that. That's fine. All right, Sirlac is coming to dig while carrying the newborn baby. But yeah, Animal, what I was saying was true, but please don't do anything more. You've done enough for me this month. I'm out of coffee in this cup. I need to pour more coffee. They have to learn young. That's why you make guild halls that the babies dwarfs can go into. Speaking of, Mom's either really bad at mining or the frame rate got really bad. I think Mom's just really bad at mining. This is going very slow. And also, I think the frame rate might be a little low because of all of the elves here. I mean, it's true of any hard game, though, Ryan. I mean, it's a dumb argument. I think it's funny that people are willing. I guess the point of what I was trying to say isn't that either game is harder or easier. What I was trying to say is that there are people who are willing to put a shit ton of time in to learn a difficult game, but then will use the excuse of game's too hard to not learn another game. And that makes me sad because there's a lot of people who play very complicated games who refuse to learn Dwarf Fortress because, air quotes, game's too hard. That's what I'm trying to say, if that makes any sense. Give me a break, goddamn. I mean, this is not her first child. She's 70 years old and satisfied at work and didn't feel anything after being unable to acquire anything. Wants to practice martial art and is blissful remembering becoming a parent. Seems fine to me. And then they complain to their landlord that the window broke easily. It's the cycle of dwarfs. Also, you've got the wrong badge up there. You got to swap her back to the pink one. Just an FYI if you don't notice, if you didn't notice. Yeah, Twitch ruined your aesthetic again. Although Twitch just wants to shout out the fact that you're still like the what? Number 3, I think? Highest tier of all time? I mean, Paradox games have more tutorialization. Nope, you're number 3. I literally checked the other day because I wanted to see if Animal had passed Spitalier for gift subs yet. Nope. Spitalier's like 80 ahead. Because unfortunately, Animal lost number 1. Well, I don't know how many subs you've gifted, but Spitalier's gifted 430. So, you're number 2. You're also number 2 for bits, but that's because Hobo cheats. So, if Hobo didn't cheat, you'd be number 1. This is a meow rage. I mean, no, it's not. Hobo simply pays for hotel fees in bits whenever we Basically, if I want Hobo to unlock another bit badge, we just have to go to another convention, and I have to pay for everything on my credit card, and then Hobo pay me back in bits, and then Hobo would surpass a lot more people. It'd be even harder to catch. Another A, so that you can have a B. No, he cheats because he lives in Florida and he comes and hangs out with me at conventions and is willing to share an Airbnb with me. That's why he cheats. If Animal was playing Wheel of Fortune, he'd have to be about 70 years older because nobody in their 20s plays Wheel of Fortune. Although I do love people who, like, Photoshop Wheel of Fortune to say very inappropriate things, because that's just always way too funny for me. Or, like, intentionally misspell words on the Wheel of Fortune table to make the words that they're writing spell rude words, which is always just... Mwah. Mwah. It's great. I mean, Ryan, we know that you're, like, 80 inside. Come on. You're actually just, like... a young man with an elderly man's brain just screaming at people loudly to get off of your lawn. Wait, you don't have lawn because you're in a desert. Telling people to get off of your gravel. Right? Get off my dirt lot. It's my dirt lot and occasional shrub. How dare you stand on my dirt lot with occasional shrub? The heck is this? Yeah. Yep. I don't know how I've never seen this image before, but yeah. Yeah, just exactly like that. Whew. Deary me. Ah, excellent. Perfect. Oh, thanks. I love it. Definitely said pack your own, but all right. The final area of cavern drains. God, that's too funny. Oh, man. No, I already traded with them. Yep. I mean, they're not even remotely similar. I mean, that's like saying that meatloaf is just unsweet cake. Well, the ingredients are totally different between meatloaf and cake. Same with donuts and bagels, but I do agree. There's an element to that. So Ryan, were you here to hear about what music I've been listening to recently? You're going to be very unimpressed. Or maybe impressed, I don't know. No, you can have a cold soup. Japanese make cold soup all the time. I've had cold ramen soup. It's delicious. All right, Animal, I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say that if you're going to start doing those kinds of arguments, I'm going to time you out for 24 hours because these discussions just is starting arguments for the sake of starting arguments, and it just bothers the crap out of me. So I'd appreciate that you don't start pointless arguments for the sake of starting pointless arguments. If you want to do that, go to Reddit. So I got another tape deck, first off, but I also got a CD player from my aunt, which goes in the same set as my amplifier, say within 3 years in JVC. So it looks very similar in design, so it's nice. And you know, I'm not somebody who's particularly interested in CDs. I don't really own a lot of CDs, but I do own some, and they're all from like when I was in high school, basically. So I was like, well, I have a CD player now. Might as well dig up my old CD collection and listen to it. So I dug up my old CD collection, which is a bunch of classical music, couple old Christian bands, which I was allowed to listen to. So I listened to them because I was allowed to listen to them. But also 5 Disturbed CDs, Chocolate Starfish and Hot Dog Flavored Water, and a couple Marilyn Manson CDs. You can tell what kind of kid I was. Stick it. Yeah, indeed. What else do I have? I need to go digging because I own like, I don't know, 3 or 4 dozen CDs, and I need to go find the other ones that I had. But I definitely owned like, it was like a bunch of Christian light rock, which my mom would buy for me because it was music. And then like all the stuff that I listened to in high school. So I've been back into that shit. It's been a good time. It's been fun. But yeah, stick it up your yeah. All right, let's fire some lava into the caverns. Okay, so this is the live footage, right? And now we're about to get the Dwarf Fortress version. Also, 10,000 people are watching that stream right now? Good lord. Apparently it's erupting 16,000 kilograms. Oh, sorry, 16,000 metric tons of magma per day right now. That's a lot of lava. Anyway, speaking of lava. Do you know that lava can have pressure if you're pumping? I learned that recently with this fort. We inadvertently did science with this, which means I can use floodgates to make lava cannons. So now we just need to wait for the bottom half to fill up, and then the top half will fill up faster. Once this gets to the bottom, which will be very fast. It's almost there already. Then it'll fill all the way up to here, and then it'll flow this way quicker. No. Fred Durst wasn't the hero we wanted. It was the hero that we deserved. I mean, it's basically like I'm committing to the music taste so that I can go to that show at, in Vancouver and see Fear Factory, Static X, and Dope. I need to commit back to that music taste. Unfortunately, I don't own any of my Static X CDs anymore. I can't actually remember what happened to those. They might have just gotten thrown out at some point. Dude, stop being so excited for Spirit Box. You're gonna make me buy tickets to that fucking show. And it's going to get canceled as well as all the other shows that I want to go to, and it's going to make me really sad. Is it even sold out yet? Let's find out. It is not sold out. The soundcheck party experience is sold out. I think it's because it's not for a while. Yeah, well, I mean, it's the difference between $42 before fees Canadian for the normal show or $125 for the sound check. Because, you know, you'll want to listen to the sound. I think that you actually get to meet the band and shit. Like, there's, you can, like, talk to them for 15 seconds. I mean, whenever I think of soundtracks, I just think of this video. Also, we get to watch the cleansing fire flow. It's nice to be back up to 31 dwarves. Hopefully we have 1 or 2 more babies today. That's my hope for today, so. But yeah, I think the plan for the caverns is to just simply clear them out and then farm down in the caverns. What kind of rocks are these? These are gabbro? They're melting. Oh, they're stacking. That's why they're piling up. While playing kids guitar, that's sounds about right. Yep. I mean, if you would like another dwarf, we can always give you another dwarf goats. Wouldn't that be goats the 4th? I can't remember what the last goats was. Sound party experience. 1 general admission ticket, exclusive access to sound check, exclusive access to moderated Q&A session. Band will play at least 1 fan choice song that will not be played on tour, voted on the set list set. 1 group photo with the band or bands. 1 t-shirt to be chosen from the merch booth. 1 autographed poster. 1 commemorative laminate, and plus early entry. Crowd-free merchandise shopping is the last thing. And then normal GA tickets. Less features than above. 1 GA ticket. Just less features than above is just a really funny way to write that. Yeah, it does. That part does sound kind of nice, I'm not gonna lie. And there it goes. Cleansing fire flow. Become cleansing steam. And it very quickly just becomes obsidian. And that giant olm up there in the corner runs away in fear. I should follow this giant olm and see if it gets caught. I'm actually curious if it will. Maybe it's going for that vermin. I mean, look at how quickly this shit's spreading. Going the wrong way. There, giant olm. The water's getting warmer. You might want to run. I mean, it could also theoretically get stuck underneath it. The water is also draining down here now. It's now just like kind of going around it. I guess it's running. It's probably the wise thing to do. But yeah, I mean, right now concerts are just getting canceled left and right. Like, I'm just gonna go check the Rickshaw Theater and see what it's at. Because that Propaganda show that I bought tickets to got canceled. Or, well, postponed until fucking October 2021. Same dates, but October. And the Anti-Flag show got canceled. Quicksand hasn't been canceled yet. Has anything else been canceled? No, nothing yet. Oh, Men I Trust got postponed, which is October 9th. That show was supposed to was not postponed as of yesterday, so as of today got postponed. One band moved to a smaller venue. Yeah. So everything's like getting canceled or postponed. But they now have a big thing at the top stating that you have to bring your Vax ID. So that's cool. I can't wait to see. You know, the bouncer at that venue might actually have to, like, bounce people if they're taking Vax IDs, because some idiot's going to try and get in without one. Ground's not quite on fire yet. Giant Olms moved pretty far away. I should really buy tickets to go see Under Oath. I should go see that fucking show. Oh, that's your layup for starting? Oh, wow, you're not kidding about making a spreadsheet. Jeez. Took me a moment to realize that it's a spreadsheet and not like some art. All right, Ryan, congratulations. Your constant nagging has just cost me $53 for a show in March. $57.68, actually. I'm going to call it a business expense. Because I'm going to talk about it on a podcast. I'm actually not going to do that. Well, I bought a ticket to go see Under Oath. And Spirit Box and Every Time I Die. He would be interested in having a fourth generation, even though he's not going to outdo the Great Mayor. Probably, yeah. We could definitely try and get you another dwarf, though, Goats. We just need a baby dwarf to be born while you're here, and then you just need to ask nicely, and we will absolutely get you a baby dwarf. I love watching the corpses get sucked into the, like, current of the water evaporating. Like, look at that shit. This is why this game is too cool. Like, I don't know. It's so neat. It's so neat. All right. I'm actually just going to do a thing real quick. We are going to dig all the way over here. Dig all the way up to here. And we are going to smooth that and peek through. I want to know what's on the other side of this. Not that there's that much, but I would like to know. The other thing that this lava's doing is it's putting a layer of obsidian over top of all of the lakes, so the dwarves won't be seeing down into the lakes and seeing the piles of corpses at the bottom of them as much, and it'll be easier to drain them out and get those corpses out. Because they're all, like, wild animals and such, so they're not actually dangerous or anything, but, like, they still stress dwarves out. They don't like seeing dead things. Dwarves are delicate souls. That's why we love them. At least, that's why I love them. I don't know about you guys. I don't understand that meme, but touche. Hey, crazy. What's up? Are they made into stew? I mean, yeah, they've probably been boiled pretty roughly, but I don't think that, like, flavors from corpses get absorbed into water in Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress has a lot of strange mechanics that just kind of exist for some reason, and I don't think that's one of them. You know, I've changed the title on the Dungeon Man's interview 3 times since I started the stream today for YouTube. I've edited the name of the file that I have for it. I still can't decide what to call it. Yeah, well, DF has a lot of mechanics that are not actually in the game, but people think are in the game because they would make sense to be in a game like Dwarf Fortress, but aren't actually in Dwarf Fortress. There's quite a few mechanics like that, so, I mean, I would be surprised, personally. It wouldn't really make much sense. Let's try and explore the rest of these caverns. This is also how you can explore hell safely, by smoothing a wall and then fortifying it and peeking through. Also, shoutouts to the cat who's coming to take a peek. It's definitely our workplace safety inspector here to have a look. Thank you for checking out the workplace. Dear kitty. Also, it's got to be kind of warm in there, you know? There's like all of this shit that's just burning. There's a lot of it that's just burning. All right, let's do that. And then we got to do the last one once that's done being smoothed. Chat, what's a little feature or mechanic that Dwarf Fortress has that you were the most surprised to learn was in the game? Because for me, I still think like the most shocking and surprising thing to learn about DF was that fat melts at lower temperatures than skin burns. Like the fact that you can theoretically give a dwarf flame-powered liposuction. Also, I just wanted to say a real quick thank you to everybody who's been hanging out today, because like Twitch's changes to auto-hosting have been genuinely brutal for me. And the fact that a lot of people have come over from the YouTube channel, or people have just been supporting me in general since that change was made, has been very, very nice. So just thank you to everybody who's been tuning in and supporting the stream since those have started. I think it's going to be continuously rough here from like here going forward, but it's just nice that people have tuned in and have been stopping by. I know that a lot of people have been hit pretty hard by it, even though it's not going to be something you're going to see talked about publicly a whole lot. But just thanks to the people who do tune in and support me because of it. All right, so around this side, there's another for 2 dead forgotten beasts. It's funny how they tend to die in areas that we can't see. This one, which was the insect one, and then Bora. which was one of the scary ones that got a lot of kills, if I remember correctly. Let's see if we can spot anything else. I think we may have everything in vision. No, plus a ton of corpses over here on this side. Jeez. It's pretty shallow too. Just gonna seal that off because we don't need to worry about it. Actually, no, never mind. It's fine. We'll just do it this way instead. It's a lot of spiderwebs. I mean, they'll respawn over time. I also catch fire and burn quite nicely. Although it's kind of funny, the lava can't actually flow onto the land here because it's blocked by enough forests that it can't actually flow much. So a lot of these lava flows are just stopped here permanently, which I think is kind of amazing. I've never actually, you know, I lit a lot of dumb shit on fire when I was a little kid. I've never actually lit spiderwebs on fire. I don't actually know how well spiderwebs burn. I just kind of assumed that they would burn. All right, chat. I think I'm going to quickly use the restroom and let you guys watch this lava because I'm assuming that's what you want to watch. I'm going to go quickly use the restroom and prep some stuff for lunch. And then in about 20 minutes, 30 minutes here, I think I'm going to do lunch. I will be back in a minute. Thank you very much to everybody who's been hanging out today. And can I get a round of beers? Because we haven't had enough reason to have beers today. Also, if you happen to have bits in your account, it only costs 1 bit to get that number 2 spot. Just saying. Brander Buddy kind of won already today, but I'm just saying. It's there if you want it. I need to pay for those concert tickets somehow. BRB.
sandwich!
Hello.
I mean, actually, not quite sandwich because, not quite sandwich because instead of sandwich, I'm making boiled eggs. I'm gonna have boiled eggs and toast. And shit's burning down. Eggs and eggs on a, you know, there are very few things that aren't made better by just simply having eggs on the plate with them. Pierogies, better with fried eggs. Toast, better with fried eggs, or scrambled eggs, or boiled eggs. Sandwich, put an egg on it. Burger, put an egg on it. Find me something that isn't better with an egg on it, and I'll be impressed. Except for, like, you know, something like gross, like mayonnaise. Mayonnaise is not better with an egg on it. Pizza's better with an egg on it. I've had pizza with eggs on it, actually, a few times. Especially a breakfast pizza. Sushi? Some sushi is literally egg. Like, tell that to any Tamago roll. It's like soup, better with an egg in it. Just crack an egg in it. Soup immediately better. That's actually what I'm doing for dinner tonight. Pancakes, delicious with eggs on them. Cookies? Depends on the type of cookie, but I'd be willing to try like a savory cookie with a biscuit and egg. Like you could like a biscuit type thing with an egg. You could do that. Apples and eggs? Actually, I've had a roasted walnut, roasted apple salad, cutest, that had a boiled egg in it. So, disagree. Berries? There you might have me. Apple pie with an egg? You know, don't knock it till you try it. I personally haven't, but I would try it. Not a bad win, Jimmy. Not a bad win at all. Also, sup, man in red. There's lots of red in this map right now, that's for sure. Pickles? Okay, yeah, you may have found something that's not better. With eggs. Although, I don't know, again, don't knock it till you try it. I could see, like, a cheese and cracker spread with a pickle and a boiled egg. You could do that. That'd be a boiled egg, though. The trees burning down and the way the water evaporates is the most fucking satisfying thing. Cheese is amazing with eggs. And also, I think Animal mentioned it earlier, or somebody else mentioned it earlier, but pizza. Pizza with an egg on it, the right kind of pizza is delicious. Like, cutest. Take a pepperoni pizza, put a fried egg on it, and eat it. And tell me with a straight face that shit's not delicious. It's absolutely delicious. Avocado on an omelet is delicious. It's one of my favorite things to put on an omelet, actually. Just a couple slices of avocado. Tomato in the omelet, cheese in the omelet. A couple slices of avocado on top. What are the dwarves up to? Just reading, pondering, storing stuff, relaxing. Seems like a good time for the dwarves. Go away, water. You're just a beer ingredient. Well, no, water's necessary for showers. Like, while I agree with you, that water's still necessary for some things. So something that I can do now, or something I can start doing now is this. This is going to take forever to dig to. Let's go to a different one. Let's go to this one. Is I can dig to here. Check this out. Eggs and vodka? All right, there you go. You found something that's not better with eggs. Although I would totally have a shot of vodka and 2 boiled eggs. That sounds like a healthy Russian breakfast. Okay, is there any Russians in the chat that could confirm this? Although, what do you call it? The Russian confirms it. Excellent. It's just like, what do you call it? A German breakfast is 2 fried eggs and a pint of beer, naturally. I'm not sure why that got canceled and why it didn't finish, but... What, a shot of vodka and a boiled egg? Put a little bit of salt on that egg, some herbs, like that would taste tasty. Like, I'm not even like knocking that, because I don't think I can, because that just sounds good. Oh, there's lava below it. I was like, there's no lava above this. Why does it keep canceling? It's because there's lava below it. I'm literally boiling an egg right now, so I got eggs on the brain. Why would vodka and a boiled egg end badly? What? I don't understand why that could possibly end badly. Maybe I'm just a crazy person, but... I'm just waiting for a dwarf to come and dig this out. Get down here, Cyrolac. Why do I always make Mama Cyrolac do all the digging? I mean, okay, so it can't be worse than a shot of alcohol with a shot of pickle juice behind it, okay? Alcohol ends badly? Only if you have too much. It's like any substance. As long as you have the correct amount, it's fine. Same goes for a lot of things. Applesauce, alcohol, weed, snake poison. You know, just have a very small amount and you're fine. Have too much of anything and yeah, of course it's going to end badly. Watch this dwarf, like, dig into a pocket of... Eggs and lentils are amazing. I love red lentils and... Okay, so some of my favorite breakfasts that I've had over the years have just been like fried egg plus what I had for dinner. So like eggs and beans, eggs and lentils, eggs and chicken noodle soup. Even toast has a lethal dosage. Yeah, just have too much toast and you will probably die of toast intake. Actually, it doesn't even need to be a large amount. It just needs to be balled up at the right angle and swallowed in the wrong direction, and then you choke on it. I didn't know about pure water. I knew about oxygen. So something that I'm curious to learn about this cavern layer is I want to know if the corpses are going to be discovered when they dig into them. I'm waiting for a pot of water to boil. And then I need it to boil for a little bit, so I'm going to be glancing over at it. Really? Huh. I've never had distilled water, and I probably never will. But I didn't know that. Fascinating. Really? Huh. The more you know. So wait, then what do we drink in water if it's not pure water then? So we're gonna go release these bits of water into here. And then we're gonna have an underground cavern garden. Minerals and salts and stuff? Huh. Fascinating. The more you know, I suppose. We'll let out that other one as well. I mean, that's interesting. I had no idea. Hey, Gate Nerd. How are you? Your dwarf is very depressed. Hope you're doing well. We're just mining out obsidian underneath the lava that I've been pouring in the caves. You know, naturally. And releasing the little water pockets. And once they drain ever so slightly, then we are releasing the full thing and letting the water flow. I just don't want to accidentally, drown a dwarf. Although there's probably enough open space down here that we won't, no matter what we do. The water we drank is a mixture and not pure. Although you'd have to remove a few of the words in order to make that into an album title, like Boards of Canada, Music Deserves the Right to Children. All right, let's get rid of those corpses. All right, no, they're already set to dump. Excellent. Didn't feel anything after seeing a dead cave crocodile. Good. Uneasy after seeing a troll's dead body, but feels gratitude remembering being rescued. There we go. I have that record on physical. On wax, as they say. I was very happy when I was able to get that record, because that record doesn't get repressed all that often, outside of kind of crappy repressings, and they actually did a good repressing of it, so I was able to get it. I was happy. I've also got Tomorrow's Harvest. I love how apocalyptic that album is. Boards of Canada in general, pretty great. It's not even that deep. It's funny, my dad generally doesn't like electronic music, but he said that Boards of Canada is fascinating. Which I think is a pretty good review considering he's a classically trained pianist. But also, hi, Scoobery Doobery, I hope you're well. Also, Minstrel, what's up? Drone metal title? As long as you can hold an EB note. Pretty fucking long. to be honest. Okay, so corpses do not get destroyed by this then. So I could totally move some farming down here. I don't know if I should, but I could. It's not a bad spot if I do say so myself. That or we could just let it grow naturally and it can be like my emergency, in case of emergency, get plump helmet spot. I mean, am I in poor taste because I've been staring at this all day? And all of yesterday and the day before and the day before that? Volcanoes fascinate me. No one's died, so I can look at it, think it's cool. Cutest, thank you very much for gifting a subscription to Cuglorf. Cuglorf, enjoy the ad-free viewing. Why are you frustrated that dwarves can't eat raw turkey eggs? But thank you very much for giving Cuglorf ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Okay, as long as you're all mesmerized by it. It's kind of, so I was watching that stream this morning, Donna Minstrel, and there was somebody in the comments who was just like, or in the chat who's just like, man, this is pretty, and then someone else was like, this is not your apocalypse destruction pornography. Go watch different stream if you just want to see stuff burn. It's like, am I not allowed to think that volcanoes are interesting? It was the funniest, like, person defending themselves I've seen in a chat room in a while, but also like people like being mean and going after this person for just simply enjoying the pretty lights. And I find volcanoes absolutely hypnotizingly awesome. So, but seriously, thank you very much for gifting a sub, cutest. And enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days, Cuglorf. Also, we are at 488 sub points. We need 700 to unlock an emote. And we have like 2 days basically to unlock an emote. I'm very much doubting that we're going to pull it off. But, man, that'd be cool. $52
Hot damn.
dams. Yes. I mean, it's less hot now. That's the hot dam. Because that's lava. Thank you very much for the 50-second month. You just woke up? Good morning. I hope night shift's been okay. I'm going to take a pot off the stove. Hold on. And let my eggs sit in the hot water for a little bit more, but that's like month 1 sub, day 1 sub. Scoopery doobery. They're not quite ready. I'm gonna let them sit. I'm doing hard boiled, so I'm gonna let them continue boiling for a little bit. So I could actually make an entrance to the caverns there. If I wanted to. But they are certainly nearly ready for consumption. Do you need a new ball in your mouse? I don't understand the joke. I'm assuming there's a joke in there somewhere and I don't get it. Oh, well, I mean, no, it's just they're easier to eat quickly. I don't feel like eating an egg with a spoon. I actually found my old ball mouse pretty recently. I mean, if you want to see a throwback, here's my new toys. I'll give you a throwback. I just got 2 new additions to the power tower. A new tape deck down at the bottom and a CD player. Although, I'm probably not going to use this tape deck much because I already have this tape deck, which is 1,000 times better than this tape deck, and another tape deck that's not on this tower, but is in the other room. Or not, it's on the shelf behind this thing because it needs repairs, but tape deck, FM/AM tuner, antenna going up the wall, CD player, amplifier, tape deck, record player. The whole thing in total cost me less than $400 for some repairs. Not a bad deal, if I do say. But thank you guys for the gifted sub and the resub. Cheers. I mean, most of it either came from family members who were getting rid of stuff, or most of it either came from family members who were getting rid of stuff, or downsizing, or stuff I got for free. So, or stuff that I got very cheap. Like the one thing in there that I did pay for was the radio, but that was a very cheap deal. So there was a Tom Lee Music where I bought the amplifier from. Or not the amplifier. The Tom Lee Music that I bought the, what's it called? PreSonus from was the place that would RMA stuff, but they closed during the pandemic permanently. There is an audio place that repairs gear, and maybe they could repair it, but they wouldn't be able to do the free repair RMA, so I'd have to pay them to repair it. And based on their, and that's where I've gotten all my other audio gear repaired. And based on the amount that they charge, I could probably buy a new one for the amount that they charge for their repairs and gear, depending on what's wrong with it. So I don't consider it worth it. Plus, I already have a replacement. I'm not going to repair that thing. That thing's going to get recycled. I do not care. I'm over it, quite literally. In fact, I'd rather not think about it anymore, to be honest. It's more just a pain in the ass than it's worth now. No, it's fine. I'm one of those people who just kind of gives up on that sort of thing and just says fuck it way faster than a lot of other people. You're the kind of person who would, go break your back to get something repaired. Maybe I would too if I could drive. The fact that I can't drive makes me significantly less interested in actually going out of my way to get shit like that repaired, because it's a lot of just transporting stuff back and forth on buses for me, which is not pleasant. It's just not worth the effort. Time is worth something to you, and it's like, if for me to get something repaired requires me to bus across town 2 times, that's a whole day that I could be spending doing other things, and it would probably cost me couple $100 plus I'd have to bus for 2 hours twice. Whereas getting my tape deck repaired or my record player repaired is something that I genuinely value. So, also it was out of warranty to get it properly made. There's a lot of things that people just straight up take for granted because they drive. That are very different for me. All right. Anyway. We've got the water draining. There's a lot of water that needs to drain out of this one, though. Not bad in the cleaning routes, though. We'll see you later, Ghost. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for spending time here and watching the stream. But yeah, we need to build an obsidian printer so I can start rebuilding my walls and building them out of obsidian. I kind of want to take down the walls on the outside and just build them out of obsidian. It's something that I'm actively thinking about how to do. Let's just cancel all that. Just let it flow out. It'll drain. We also have all of this side over here that we can do too. Chunks of tetrahedrite that we can cut out, which will be nice. This is the good stuff. We're pondering triangles. Mm-hmm. This is true. Where are all the dwarves hanging out? Well, I mean, you guys pondering stuff are in the library, obviously. But... oh, they're all up at the very top of it. I mean, I've never thought about pondering a triangle in the first place, so... okay, now all the dwarves are coming up here to chill. Oh, what's up, berries? How's things? All right. I'm going to quickly do my lunch break and go eat them boiled eggs that I just boiled and eat my toast and cheese. So, to those of you hanging out right now, if I could get a round of beers in the chat, I think we'll do another 40 minutes to an hour of this, and then we're going to jump over to some Unmetal and take a peek at that because I have it and it came out today. So, today is a good day to do that. Don't know if we'll play through the whole thing, but I'll definitely take a look at it at the very least because my voice is in it. So, anyway, I will be back in a sec. Don't go anywhere too quickly unless you really want to. And if you have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat. Be back in a few minutes.
Ooh, you suck.
Nuclear vessels.
No! No! Bark, 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 bark. Bark, 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 bark. I come back and the first thing I see is Gate Nerd has been found dead, dehydrated. Well. Welp. Hey, Vey. I'm so sorry. Rest in peace, Gate Nerd. Anyway, I'm back. Hi. Yeah, bark is a generic one. It's because I took care of the dog for a week, and she barked once, and I made dog sounds, and chat thought it was funny that I made dog sounds, so then chat made it so that they could make me make dog sounds forever. Also, one of the merchants died of old age. At least one. Looks like just one. Time to place things in tombs. Anxious pondering water displacement. Well, you really don't like being a scholar, that's for sure. Just gonna quickly screenshot these for stone. Also, hopefully the lunch break wasn't too long. Hopefully you guys didn't get too bored without me, although it's impossible to get more bored without me than you would be with me, so. That's because you're too busy min-maxing, what's it called? You're too busy min-maxing Stardew Valley to be bored. No, you'd become unpiggable if you were bored. Ah! 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 Quick, distraction. You know what? You know what's amazing? Humans are fascinated by volcanoes, which will inevitably kill us all. We're all gonna fall into a volcano eventually and die. That's how the world will end. Is the world will just become one giant volcano. That's totally logical, right? Anyway, we're all fascinated by it. It's like we can't help but stare into things that will inevitably kill us. Stare longingly, even. Also, this poor dwarf. Fair enough. No, I get you, animal. Hopefully one day you'll be playing DF2. Specifically once the Steam version's out. Also, I don't know why this is, but ad revenue on YouTube got really high all of a sudden. I think it's we're hitting this season where ad revenue is good. Means it's time to start uploading a lot of videos that will get a lot of views. Time to clickbait YouTube to make some money. I don't even feel bad about it. I only feel terrible about it. Just like most things I do. I don't feel bad. I just feel terrible. Skip bad, jump straight to terrible. Also, did you even make it? No, you totally didn't. Well, apparently Bellinaire says that Unmetal is really good, which is good to hear that I'm in a good video game. Which, like I said, we'll be checking out after... in about 45 minutes, I think. Learn DF in 3 days? You could learn DF in 3 days. Maybe not everything, but you could learn to play DF competently in 3 days. There's a dog outside going absolutely apeshit. What the fuck? Dog sounds like somebody just took away its favorite squeaky toy, its only bone, and its food all at the same time. It's just a small dog that just sounds yappy because it's a small dog. All right. Clothes making demonstration. Did nobody come to your clothes making demonstration? That's so sad. Oh, wait, no, you're watching it. Who's doing the clothes making demonstration? Nobody? So wait, hold on. You're watching nobody do a demonstration about nothing? Something here doesn't check out. Just gonna put that out there. Something there doesn't check out. He's now making 1K a week. You know, that's a perfectly livable wage, 1,000 a week. Can I just say that, like, those ads should be illegal? The ones that you're making fun of? You know, So there was a thread on Reddit the other day, which was on Ask Reddit, which was, what do you think is a cult, but what looks like a cult, but you think is actually a cult? What sort of looks like a cult, but you think actually is a cult? And one of them was, well, one of the first responses that I saw was somebody who said, startup culture ads, just pay me $500 a month to learn how you can make $500 a month. By charging people so that you can tell them how to make $500 a month. It's like, you know, they're not wrong, but also that's really fucking shitty. You know what I mean? Half the time, even those people aren't making those numbers. That's the thing, though, is half the time they're just fucking lying. That's why it's a problem. It's because half the time they're the... It's not that they're the only ones making the numbers. It's just there is nobody making those numbers. Okay, so I'm going to do a thing real quick. I'm going to get this door back because this is a artifact door that I would like to reacquire. Same with that one and that. So I'd like to acquire both of these back. That's how small their audience can be to be profitable. I mean, it is straight up just like scamming people. But that's all it is. It's just scams. It's just massive fucking scams. And that shit's always distressing. It will never not be. And seeing people get... And seeing people just get, like, ripped off in that way is just distressing. Especially as somebody who does actually make his living on the internet. You know? Like, it sucks to see it, that's all. I'm gonna have to seal this off as fast as I'm digging, but... Although a lot of these might just insta-cancel because of all the lava beneath it. It looks like your username normally does. Why, Lake Bear? How does it look to you? Also, don't mind this. Yeah, it's just Lake Bear 3 here. Did you change your capitalization or something? I mean, there's two types of ads right now on YouTube that genuinely drive me insane. Those make money ads, and then the workout ads. It's like, do you want to know how to just fucking be fit like me? It's like, have better genetics and a better work ethic, probably. That's my assumption. I don't know how accurate that is, but that's my assumption. And your username is wrong. Try refreshing, because you are subbed and your username is right here. Sounds like a weird Twitch sync bug. As far as the you're not subbed weirdness goes, those happen all the time. Those are pretty common on Twitch. So there is that forgotten beast right there. Which is an enormous feathered snail. It undulates rhythmically, and its plumed feathers are fluffed out. Beware its deadly dust. I kind of want to kill it. But I also would want to do it safely. That's the thing. Oh, geez, this whole thing's like caved off. Huh, I didn't actually realize that the whole walkway here was like locked off. I mean, cool, I guess. Let's just fill that in. Yeah, learning music on YouTube is a really strange rabbit hole. Let's be honest here. It's a very strange rabbit hole. As somebody who's also looked up like basic guitar, like technique and tuning on YouTube before, it is a very strange place. I wonder actually if any of this is gonna just get canceled. It might. Some of this will. The ads alone make you want to stop playing guitar? Yeah. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. Although teaching yourself a musical instrument is fucking hard. I'm just saying. Lava is particularly entertaining right now. I would recommend having that live stream up 24/7. It is great. As I try and tab between things and make Windows upset. Cancelled, warm stone located, that's fine. I mean, I have YouTube Premium right now because Discord gave it to me. I'm not gonna lie. It's really nice. It is really, really, really nice. But I have it for free for another 2 months, then I'm gonna get rid of it. We'll see how annoyed I get without it. I'm expecting to be very annoyed, but I mean, we'll find out, obviously. Man, I'm so tempted to just fight with this forgotten beast. Let's make sure no one's gone down here. Yeah, it's fine. It's empty. Meaning I could seal this walkway off. There's no way this beast doesn't hear me mining through all this shit. We're gonna fight and kill this forgotten beast. That's the plan. We're gonna fight and kill this forgotten beast. Wish me luck, chat. Wish me luck. I tried to burn it a couple of times, but the lava just wasn't effective enough, so. Oh, Noel's brought his pet cat to war. I'm wearing an iron helm, an iron spear, iron breastplate. No shield. We're just waiting on those two doors. They're all picking up swords and weapons and such. I don't blame them. You have an iron shield and a spear. I just need to get this Forgotten Beast out of here, because from what I can tell, it's the only one that's still alive in the caverns. So we gotta get it out. We gotta get rid of it. Gotta kill it. It's just a giant snail with deadly dust. What could possibly go wrong? I mean, seriously, what could possibly go wrong? We haven't been in threatening combat in a very long time. Watch this be the last episode of Longdeath. Like, just watch this be the final episode of Longdeath. I don't want to, like, completely jinx it, but, like, watch this be the final episode of Longdeath. What do you think, Chad? Did we win? Yes or no? Just a little dust? I mean, yeah. We'll have to remind it to pardon our dust. Steel shield. You think victory? Just need a dwarf crazy enough to come dig this out. Well, we're going to play it slowly. Actually, the important question is, does the cat survive this fight? Because Knowles did bring his pet cat. Although the cat's leaving now. Maybe the cat's getting some self-preservation in its mind. Who's coming to mine that? I don't see any. Oh, there it is. It's Murfist is coming to dig it out. Honestly, I think Murfist is going to be the one most in threat. Also, hey, Dominok. Chat, invest your tickets if you like. We'll play this pretty slow. Nope, here it comes. The fight begins. The dwarves charge in. Shots seem to be getting blocked by the Spearmaster. Spearmaster is punching the Forgotten Beast. Why don't you have a weapon? Spearmaster stabs the Forgotten Beast in its wing, tearing its skin. All right. It's getting struck in the body with another named spear, bruising the muscle and bruising the brain. That might be it. Spearmaster kicks the Forgotten Beast in the body with its left foot, bruising the muscle and bruising the guts. Oh, wait, that's it, dead. Spearmaster kicked it, bruising the guts. Strikes it in the... Okay, I think that... our elite wrestler LaFonda got the kill. Yep, LaFonda got the kill. Shoutouts to LaFonda. Then we can seal this off. Let's see. Now, because it's dust, they did get covered in them. So we have to be careful and hope that they don't come down with some sort of strange disease or suddenly start bleeding. What boss music? Which boss theme? That's the question. Yep, no noticeable injuries just yet. They are all going to go get showers, though. Dwarf, you didn't lock yourself back there, did you?
Cryptrock's Happy Tuesday.
Certainly doesn't look like it. Why is the frame rate slow then? Athros, thank you very much for a 4th month. Welcome back. Happy Tuesday. We just killed a Forgotten Beast. Which is pretty good. Which is pretty good. These dwarves are all coming to clean themselves. It was pleasure remembering a fine trap. Certainly hope you do. Resentful upon seeing the Ettin's dead body, mulling over the reoccurring memory allowed him to rethink his intellectual values. Right, so they're all coming to clean themselves mostly. So annoyed choking on dust. Sometimes the dust can just like make them bleed to death randomly. Jess, thank you very much for the raid. Hey, hi. How's everybody doing? Just some old guy, Alistair. Jess, hey, hi, hello. Hope the stream was good. What were you guys playing today? Potion craft. Oh, I hope that the crafting of potions was profitable today.
Just gasp curse little RLD.
Also, thank you, Athros. Cheers. As well as Solantre for the 14 months. Because the two of you have made a almost hype train, which is always cool. Need snack? Go snack. I literally just did snack myself, so. We're playing Dwarf Fortress right now, but we're going to be swapping games in about 25 minutes here. We're going to be playing the first half or first chunk of Unmetal, which Bellinaire says, in quotes, is very, very good. So I have high expectations now, especially because my voice is in it. So naturally, I would expect nothing less. Whose snack? Well, I had my snack. Definitely not your snack. You should get your snack. Infinity, it's good to see you. Yeah, I hope it's fun. It was so cool to watch. Well, you can hear it with my voices in the background. I mean, it looks like games that I used to play on my Game Boy, which makes me happy, so I will totally play that. Bark, 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 bark. Were you watching Bellinaire play it? Bark, 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 bark. That's just called barking up the wrong tree animal. Although bark lasted too long, so you couldn't know, so you have to... There you go. No. You have to bark, then you have to know. If you bark and know at the same time, then you're just going to bark, you know? That was a fucked up sentence, but was actually an accurate fucked up sentence. You watch Bellinaire? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I'm going to be playing that
tomato. Remove everything that's good from it,
next.
The seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
That's true. Yes, Squad. Also, I should mine out all of this except for like one tile. One chunk in the corner. I wonder if that Forgotten Beast's corpse is still underneath here. Oh, you don't hear bark, you hear fart? Well, I'm definitely saying bark. But, you know, you can hear what you want to hear and not what you should actually hear. That's okay. The burning of the caverns is going quite well, though. In fact, I think I could probably disable it again. I think I'm gonna go do that, actually. It's about as far as it's gonna go. Rude, animal. Rude. It looks like he's throwing a cloud or like a ball of rolled up paper at him. Typical Twitch chat turning all emotes into fart jokes. Typical Twitch chat. Bunch of grown-ups you are. So Peter, are you looking forward to potentially watching the first half of that game again? I'm glad people like that game because I agreed to be in that game a while ago and I was like, I'm sure it'll be good, but like if it's not, then I'll feel kind of dumb, but... Animal, thanks for the gift. Animal was very kind last week. Took advantage of the end of September. Or the tail end of September. It's not quite the end yet. Ah! We found the wild boar. Which can just get dumped. So then where's the forgotten beast? That wild boar is no longer missing. We found where it died. Maybe the forgotten beast did just explode. Yeah, I guess it did. Well, all right then. What record, Ryan? Ryan, were you still here when I said that I just bought tickets to Spirit Box and Under Oath? Because I did that right after you talked about it. You didn't say anything after you left, but I bought a ticket. Gonna go see that show. I blame you. Also a little indie band called Every Time I Die that I think you're a fan of. Not sure if you've heard of them. Yeah, it's because... Oh, shit, we did get this that critter's body out. Yeah, it's because, you know, September's ending. So, because September's ending, people are suddenly gifting a lot of subs. Like, I would love to unlock another emote, but I only need 700 sub points, which means we are 211 away. That's a lot of money. There was a small part of me that was like, maybe I'll get it, but nah. Nah, it's not gonna happen. Even though I have committed and I still will do this, whenever I unlock another emote, I will do a dramatic reading of the YouTube national anthem, Let the Bodies Hit the Floor, and record it and put it up on YouTube. Complete with dramatic reading music. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, that's why I've turned off like letting people randomly gift subs to me because I got tired of it. I've been gifted too many random ass subs to like porn stars and shit. Like I think like some people will just go gift streamers subs to channels that they know that they'll never watch just to bother them. Thanks for gifting out a sub to the man in red. Cheers, Light Bear. I got a ticket to see Under Oath, Spirit Box, and Every Time I Die. Yes, I bought that after we had the conversation today, which is not the greatest decision I've ever made, but I will go. I just hate the venue that show's happening at. After much humming and hawing, I've decided I will go. Thank you very much, Lake Bear. Cheers. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Lake Bear chucking out a sub? Oh, I'll enjoy it. I know. I know I'll like that show. Like, that's not a... Whether or not I like the show is not a concern. Whether or not I like the show is not a concern. It's the venue that I know I'll hate. Because I hate that venue. But at this point, like, 2 out of 3 shows that I bought tickets for in October have been canceled or postponed, so I just got a bunch of refunds. So it's like, well... Maybe we'll be okay by March, but maybe I'm being too optimistic. I don't know. I mean, I saw Within Temptation at the same venue, and the show was good, so. Although I think I'm going by myself, because Kevin is a pansy and doesn't like screamy music. He just likes manly metal, like thrash metal. That's not totally true. He goes with me to stoner metal shows, but doesn't really like the emo and post-hardcore stuff, so. Is the stream stuttering a lot? I haven't dropped a single frame today, so maybe it's just you. Is anybody having any stuttering issues or framey issues? Whoa. Okay, I thought that the water was going backwards, and I was very confused for a second there. I did drop 40 frames, but that was like way at the start. So it's been a while since I've dropped any frames. You know, Ticketmaster just sent me this email. Can't miss events that we know that you're interested in. Handpicked based on your preferences. The Vancouver Whitecaps Football Club. BC Lions. Canucks. Okay, so 3 strikes. Imagine Dragons, 4 strikes. Dinosaurs Jr. All the Witches. Ah, okay, now we're getting somewhere. The Weeknd. And then it just gets worse. Oh, hey, glass animals are coming to BC. Why? I might go to Dinosaur Jr. Dinosaur Jr. is not for a while. When is that show? Nickelback actually isn't doing a show. Yeah, it's not till February. That's Commodore though, so that'll be a. That's not for a while. That show won't sell out. Commodore never sells out. Definitely picked by a computer based on popularity. That's why I don't automatically bop links, because too many people accidentally get themselves bopped by accidentally putting a period in the wrong spot in Infinity. Well, that'll just keep draining. Let's pull that lever too. And I can also pull this and this to speed this up. That seems suboptimal in Affinity. Timing doesn't work out, Ryan? That's a show I'll go to if by that point things are smoother, because that's a bigger venue. That's a 500-person venue. Oh, they're playing the same night as Under Oath? Oh, yeah, no, it's like a month earlier here. What day is Under Oath here? I need to look. It's Dinosaur Jr.'s February 22nd. I just bought tickets. I didn't even look what day it's for. Yeah, Tuesday, March 1st. Dinosaur Jr.'s in February. So I could actually go to both, but. It's oh yeah. I mean, there was one time I saw Prong and then Baroness the same day because the Prong show ended at 10:30 and the Baroness show ended at 1. So I literally went from Prong to Baroness right when Baroness was starting their set. Prong is a good opener for Baroness. I'm going to be honest. Literally, they weren't sold out and they had a sign that said tickets still for sale and we walked drunk out of the Prong show and we're like, Baroness is playing? They still have tickets for sale? $30. And we just walked into the show. It was a good time. It was a good day. I miss those days. Literally just bought a hot dog and then went to the next door. Contemptuous. How often do you see a dwarf feel contemptuous? Man, son of Cadanza and Socks smell the first. Socks, are you here right now? Because if you are, did you know that your first child is 134 years old? You were reporting your inbox recently. You're still receiving emails from Ticketmaster-like websites selling tickets for London-based shows? Really? Sounds like someone needs to unsubscribe from that email list. That dwarf's gonna have trouble. Man, I feel kind of bad for Unmetal coming out today, though. Because they're coming out on the same day. Or they came out and released on the same day as New World. Ryan, are you going to play New World? That seems like a you kind of game. Delighted remembering putting on an exceptional item and felt pleasure near his own sublime door. Peter really likes his sublime door. Also, Sublime Door sounds like a ska band. Oh shit, Radio Free Olive is an adult. When did that happen? 12 years old. Hell yeah. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Well, let's give you masonry and stone detailing. Animal training, because I always need more of those. Diagnosis and all of these. Let's give you dyeing for the rare occasion that we need it. Furnace operating and metal crafting. You know what? I think furnace operating and metal crafting is going to be your only craft. Hey, Darren, how's things? I know Sublime is a ska band. Also, Ryan, if it wasn't like in 2 weeks and about to get canceled, most likely, I'd be considering going to go see A Place to Bury Strangers. It's because I've been listening to them recently, and they're apparently doing a show here. But they're gonna get canceled. No way in hell that show's actually happening. There's absolutely no way that show's actually happening. A Place to Bury Strangers. Kind of like gothy-ish. They're one of those bands where you listen to and it's like, ah, you were really big Joy Division fans in high school, weren't you? They're one of those bands. Hopefully everything went well, Badinsky. The Dwarves are holding up pretty good. I had a problem for a little bit there, which I think I've solved now, where I was genuinely and still genuinely am convinced that there are invisible ghosts in Dwarf Fortress that only affect other factions that don't affect the player that you can't see. I am convinced of it. To the point where I actually memorialized every single named creature that had ever died on my map. Yeah, you'd probably like a place to bury strangers then. They're very, like, noisy, but you can hear the inspiration. Like, they kind of, like, you could listen to A Place to Bury Strangers right next to, or, like, as an opener for She Wants Revenge pretty easily, too. Like, they fit into that kind of area of just, like, dreary good music. But anyway, yeah, no, basically what I'm convinced happens is if like a royal treasurer or an outpost liaison dies on your map and they don't get memorialized, which a couple of them didn't, what started happening was traders from the humans would arrive or traders from the dwarves would arrive and they would slam into walls, trip, and fall downstairs. Wagons were randomly exploding for no reason with nothing attacking them, for example. And they would like trip and slam into walls, which are two things that ghosts can do. And the outpost liaisons and royal treasurers were constantly tantruming and going insane almost instantly upon entering the fort. So they would enter the fort, and within 2 or 3 years of being the outpost liaison or royal treasurer, they would go insane and started tantruming and killing my dwarves, or trying to kill my dwarves and failing. And it has since stopped since I memorialized every single named character on the map. So that's a thing that happened. The issue is I still have a bunch of really depressed dwarves from the events. So yeah, I'm convinced that Dwarf Fortress has invisible ghosts. It's like the closest thing I've ever come to discovering a DF cryptid. But it was such a strange series of events that just didn't stop for a while. It was so weird. And I'm still, like, perplexed and concerned about it. I mean, I like the weird things when they don't fuck up my game, but you know, sometimes they fuck up your game and that can be kind of soul-crushing. Ponder the flask. Listen to story. So Radio Free Olive, what would you like to do? Was interested after viewing 126 silver coin on display. That's not something you see very often. This dwarf just viewed a coin and got a good thought out of it. You don't see that very often. It's kind of neat. Do you have any friends? Radio? Nope, just 2 passing acquaintances and family. Also, Tygo is groated up as well. And also, you know, again, I'm just going to give you Metalsmith. That's going to be all of your crafting skills. Because I want to make some weaponsmiths. And a couple armor smiths as well. Literally, coin. I see coin. Dollar coin you use for your guitar has George Washington on it in New York State within the Statue of Liberty. Wait. What do you mean dollar coin that you... Hold on a second. Are you using a $1 coin as a pick? That's really bad for your strings, dude. I'm confused by that. Why do that? Are you a coin buff, Squug? Do you collect coins? What? Why don't you obtain this very strange thing called a guitar pick? They're not expensive. You could buy a pack of 25 for $5. No? Okay. I was just wondering because of the way you wrote coin with a happy emote. But it's But okay, what's more expensive? And Dawn of Minstrel, stay out of this. Animal, what's more expensive? $5 for 25 guitar picks or a set of new strings 3 times as often? Also, Brian May can afford new strings probably more often than Animal can. Just saying. You'll also, a guitar pick can be a lot quieter than a coin. Coin? Okay. I mean, I don't watch Desert Peace, so I wouldn't know. How old are you? 15. I missed you becoming an adult? I mean, no, that's Conan. The barbarian animal. Come on. Get with the program. Well, I mean, using your guitar strings puts stress on your strings, right? And the more stress you put on your strings, the shorter amount of time they'll last. That's all it is, really. But, you know, you do what you want to do with your guitar strings. It's like a stick of meat. It'll stop looking like that pretty quick, though. Like the lion from Madagascar, where everything just starts looking like food. If I need to put an office or something in here, we'll put it in there. Now it just looks like a submarine that capsized. I'm gonna get rid of this. Well, right now the only thing that has stress, Animal, are your guitar strings. Tried playing guitar with a coin once, and it's honestly harder. It's way harder. It's also way louder, so if you have neighbors that are close by or a roommate, you'll drive them even more nuts with your bad guitar playing. That does sound neat, though. But yeah. Anyway. It's been a while since I tried playing guitar. I tried playing guitar at the beginning of 2021 for a bit. At the beginning of this year for a little bit. I spent about 3 weeks playing guitar every night, but I eventually just kind of gave up because, like, my fingertips are so fucking brittle because of all of the times I have to stab them with a needle to check my blood sugar that, like, within 20 minutes, my fingers would just start bleeding. Like, it just breaks all the scabs on my fingers and they just start bleeding, and it's not pleasant. It's like guitar strings hurt, and I know that. And I used to play guitar back in the day, and my fingers would hurt, but it's more than that now. It's just like straight up like initiated torture now. It just hurts. So I think my time of trying to play guitar is behind me. Maybe not a bad thing, though. It's probably better for the noise complaints in the area. But chat, what do you guys say after this load screen is done? We try out, yeah, I don't own an electric guitar though, I own a acoustic. Why did stream go away? It shouldn't have gone away. Chat, did stream go away or is it just infinity? Anyway, I think it is time to swap games. We're gonna go take a look at Unmetal. What do you guys think? Guys like the idea about trying out Unmetal? All right, I'm